You know,
here. What's up?
I was thinking about something.
What are we thinking about, bro?
I was thinking about what's going on in the earth, right?
What's happening in our minds?
Yeah, and I wondered, why does it matter?
We're about to find out.
Holy shit. Ready.
Just checking.
Welcome to Earth, Mind, and Matter. So fuck it. Let's talk about albums.
Nice.
So let's talk about some movies and some fucking comics.
What's up?
This week in the universe. Across the internet.
So what's up, Javi?
What's going on, Frankie? You smell that? I'm getting hints of South African citrus.
South African citrus and the footsteps of the ancestors that used to walk on that land, right? Like
Yeah.
If you just hold on, let me just. And I also get scents of the Congo
Okay.
and what used to be outwards of the Congo. What about you?
Here, let me get a sip. Oh, that's interesting.
You see the Congo, right? You hear the Congo?
No,
Oh.
I what I get from that, I don't know, man. I get a little racist.
A little racist. Hold
Yeah,
on.
like-
Maybe I'm sipping wrong. Maybe I'm not using the sides of my tongue. Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah. Really go for that slurp.
I taste the Bronx now.
You taste the Bronx,
The Bronx.
now?
No, I think it's because I had coffee.
Oh,
Let's take one simultaneous sip.
Okay. One final one. Here we go. You know what that tastes like?
Tastes like Earth, Mind, and Matter.
Tastes like mind, matter,
Earth.
earth.
So what's happening, Javi? What's going on? Shout out to our sponsor, not sponsor, High Noon.
Yeah, we're back again.
What are your thoughts on the High Noon? It's your first time having it.
Here, let me get an actual like tasting, not a joke taste.
Not a Congo, racist, Bronx taste. What's up? It's a mango flavored High Noon.
Mango flavored High Noon. It's a hard seltzer for those who don't know.
As opposed to soft seltzers.
Yeah, pussies.
What's up?
It's pretty good.
It's all right. Right? Nothing crazy.
Like, the mango flavor could be a bit stronger.
Yeah. But I feel like it's stronger than like a White Claw. Like a White Claw is like a little spritz of flavor. This is more like a triple
You
spritz.
think so? I feel like maybe I've always felt like White Claws were pretty flavorful.
What? The hell no. That's why I was talking mad shit about them earlier. For me, they taste like they don't even add it. They just kind of hover flavor above them, and they just, they don't really add the flavor.
Have you ever tried Hint water?
Hint water?
Yeah.
Never in my life.
It's water that has a hint of like a flavor in it. And so it's usually like fruits or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like,
Not chocolate.
I don't think so.
There's been chocolate water.
I believe it.
Let me look it up.
But,
I'm sure I've tasted chocolate water before.
But Hint water is so good because it's literally just a hint of
Is it
whatever
really
that
that good?
flavor is. It like when I had it the first time, I was like, "Yo, they really nailed it." I was like,
No.
they got it." Like Hint, yeah, this is it.
There was cacao water. You remember that? Cacao water?
Sounds familiar.
It has antioxidants and is rich in vitamin C. C standing for cacao. Vitamin cacao. No.
Sounded for cunt.
Cunty cacaos. I was going to say, they have something where you can attach it to your water bottle or the water bottle that they sell, and it gives you the essence and smell of, like, let's say Valencia oranges, right? So it doesn't necessarily add it to your water, but as you drink, you sniff it. So it tastes like you're drinking orange, but you're not, which is kind of strange.
Is that just like a way to trick people to drinking more water?
Yeah, man. I used to have a coworker that didn't drink water. She was like, I hate water. I was like, what? I was like, what the fuck, bro?
You said, go. Gung. What?
She said, not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Mid.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Like, is it your saliva kind of like water?
Yeah.
So every day she's like, oh. Until she drinks
I taste gross.
until she drinks a big Coke. Oh, so there's chocolate flavored H2Go spring water. Gross. That sounds gross. I don't know, bro.
But you should search up Hint water just to see what it looks like.
Right, Hint water.
I'm telling you, man, they nailed it. I gotta find it.
I think I've seen this before. I don't know, man. This packaging looks like it tastes bad.
Nah, I gotta find it for you.
I'm gonna order it online probably.
Do it. I promise you won't be disappointed.
You think so? Hint water. Let's see how much they're going for.
What flavors they got?
Let's see. I'll tell you right now. Right now they got unsweet raspberry flavor.
Okay.
They got the variety. The variety comes with apricot, some sort of apple, watermelon, and raspberry.
Okay.
They got strawberry kiwi. Damn, this is like Snapple.
The strawberry kiwi one is the one that I had. That was good.
Boy, it's $2.19. Boy, about one.
You should do it.
Yeah.
Fucking do it.
They got blackberry, cherry, crisp apple, cucumber, honeydew, peach, pineapple, raspberry lime, strawberry kiwi, and strawberry kiwi. They listed twice.
Nice.
Yo,
man, I'm so glad that we're like talking about drinks and stuff. Like,
so interesting.
We should like open up like a bar.
I think so.
And
what should we sell?
But like, we should just sell every drink known to man. Like,
I think we should sell everything bagels only. No drinks.
So a bar that sells bagels?
Just everything bagels, not even a variety.
Should we call it a bargle?
No, we should call it a bagel. just bagel. And you walk in, it's the essence of a bar. You get to sit down. They have the little rest things for your elbows.
The bar should be a bagel.
Oh, no, that's a good idea. Bagel bar. Bagel bar where it is drinks, but you sit in a big circle. They have that. Yeah. But bagel bar would be hilarious. You know? And it just smells like everything seasoning. That's a good idea, man. That's
like
a good
the
idea.
Plates should be like the sesame seeds.
No, the plates are just hardened cream cheese.
Oh, you know that actually sounds kind of gross.
It was intended to suck. You think I'm out here giving fucking plates of cream cheese?
There's
like
that one boy that's like, oh boy, that fucking
would I
eat my plate?
Would you? Would I?
Would you?
Would I? Would you? Fucking they had that joke in Cat in the Hat. And I think it was like, would I? Right. And they went back and forth. And he's like, I hurt you and I'll make it look like an accident.
That's awful.
Mike Myers, bro. Fucking funny motherfucker. I'm so excited. You ever seen the movie?
A long time ago.
It's so fucking...
I don't remember anything from that movie. The only thing I remember actually is when they're driving and they go, hey, like the person in the passenger seat says, hey, I want to drive too. So he
just takes the wheel and puts it to the right.
Yeah.
That's so dope. The little girl, I forget what her name was, but she was a good actor. I think something, I don't want to look it up. Fuck that girl. But what are we doing today, Javi?
Oh my God, we are back again. Miss another week. It happens, but you guys got 2 episodes last week.
So shut the fuck up, Link.
So chill out. All right, you got a double feature.
Yeah,
now I'm sure you're still going through them, so chill out. But,
yeah, man. Shout out to Patrick, by the way. Hit us up earlier. He said he listened to the episodes and stuff. So shout out to Patrick. Fucking the bench.
You know, those last 2 episodes, they were talking about some stuff about things that are going on in the earth.
What's happening in our minds.
And this episode, we're going to talk about why it matters.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter. I'm Frankie.
I'm Javi.
And we're drinking high noons today.
Drinking high noons.
I didn't make it to... Oh, so good. It's pretty good.
I feel like I had to slow myself down because I feel like I could just down this.
Yeah, no, it's like water. It's almost like the perfect essence of your vodka soda made by your local bartender. But sometimes you want to stay out of the bar and you just want to head home. So you go to the store. You go to the fridge. You want to see what options are there for me. And you see Heineken, you see Corona, you see Blue Moon. You see Trulies, you see White Claws, you see Topo Chico seltzers. And then you just look in the corner and you see this nice little blue box, this beautiful blue box. And this blue box contains all sorts of flavors. What kind of flavors, Javi?
Mango.
Passion fruit. What
Those are the only 2 I saw.
Regular. Say you don't want no flavor. Say you just want a regular vodka soda. So you reach in there. And then you get in your car and you start drinking. And then you get a DUI. And you go to jail. And you think, man, I'm never going to have my freedom again, but at least I had some good ass vodka sodas beforehand.
It was worth it.
It was worth it. Drink responsibly.
I'm gonna me in that situation getting arrested, like for the DUI and stuff.
Yeah.
Be like, but officer, have you tried it?
And the officer's like, you killed 8 people. You killed 8. And then he just kind of put it to his mouth. So he's like, you killed... You're free to go.
And I'm just like, yeah, No, not even. The officer says nothing. He just takes a sip. He goes, gives me a look, and I go, huh? Huh? And he walks away. Simple as that. Says no words, just walks away.
Here's boop boop. I just like making that noise. And you're just in your car, hands behind your head, relaxing, taking another sip. You're just like...
That's when I take another sip. That's and I do another line.
And then all you hear is, oh my God! Oh my God! Everybody's dead! They're dead!
And I just kick back. And I just say, sipping on high noon, baby.
And the theme music plays.
Yeah!
Jesus Christ, my whole family, they're dead. I'm
gonna wake up in the morning and the cops are gonna be like, sir, are you okay? Like, were you in the accident last night? And I'm gonna be like, what accident?
Yeah. This accident of thirst.
And I'm just gonna be like, all I did last night was just enjoy some high noons and have a great night.
Yeah, man.
And they're gonna be like, sir, those are alcoholic. And I'm like, what?
High noons are pretty good. I'll say that. I can drink a couple of them, or like 50. But I got some quick topics. I got some quick topics.
That's what we're gonna do every time.
Earth minded, yo.
Yeah.
High noons, good for
your poor microphone.
Yeah, honestly, this is gross. I've let people use this microphone. I just realized how many people I've let use this microphone. That sucks for them, bro. This is just gross. This is bacteria. But so I got like a couple actually. I got like 5. So
that's more than a couple.
That's more than a couple, technically speaking. It's quintuplet.
I think so.
I think so, right? Anyway, so one is very, very not even that important, but the MTA, the MTA is announcing that they're gonna put more cops on the train, like increase police, increase presence. I mean, and they're also gonna announce it on the train. So when you're riding on it, they're gonna be like, bitch, motherfuckers, like don't do some stupid shit. There's some cops on the train.
They've already started doing that, actually.
I read this article a while back, so like, but when I read it, I was like, oh, it's pretty dope. You think it helps?
I mean,
not if criminals wearing headphones. Just like
noise canceling headphones, just like blocking out the world.
Oh my God! World Cup.
World Cup. I have noticed the high presence of the cops on the trains.
Me too. I've noticed them on the G train, actually, the safest fucking station in the world.
I haven't seen them on the train, but I've seen them on the platforms.
Yeah, which I think is good.
Yeah, I've been seeing them like all over the platforms and in the stations and stuff. Yeah. So I've noticed that, and I've only heard the announcement once on the train of like, oh, there are cops on here, so don't do anything dumb. But for the most part, I would imagine, like, theoretically it should work to some degree. Like, if there's a presence of police, you would imagine that would deter any possible people that would commit any crimes.
Or like it would, yeah, like, or it would just, even if it's like 2 people about to commit some shit, and then they're like, oh man, I was about to, hit this person in the face, particularly in Asian women, because Asian hate crime and stuff like that, and then they're like, I probably shouldn't do it. I guess I'll just wait till the next train. You know what I mean?
Very possible. So.
No, but you're right. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But that was just like a little tame quick topic. But now we're going to talk about what, of course, everybody's talking about: Elon Musk and Twitter.
Oof.
And now the one thing that this was before just the crazy shit that just kind of like was a snowball effect after he became the owner. And mind you, I was very pro Elon Musk being the owner of Twitter. I still am now. I'm kind of like, but before anything, he wanted to bring back Vine. So he put a poll on Twitter from his account saying, like, should we bring back Vine? And I think he contacted the creators of Vine and stuff like that to reinstate it, to bring it back and stuff like that. And like, what do you think? You think it's a good idea? You think it'll thrive?
No, because I think Vine is dead. Like, I think like people, as much as we might reminisce,
like nostalgia
on Vine,
factor, right?
Yeah, it's just nostalgia at this point. It might not have been super long ago, but it's long enough now that people think of it very fondly.
And it was 6-second videos, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Don't you think it would fit mindsets that are like lessening in the terms of attention span?
Well,
you know?
I mean, think about like stories on Instagram. They just recently updated it so now they can be up to a minute long.
True.
Like I think we're actually looking to expand how much we put out or see.
Still though, even if they're a minute long, you know, I think for one, it really only benefits like major like advertisements, right? And I still think that you can put as much story as you want. People are just still like skipping through all that shit and everything, you know, unless you're like a person of interest or whatever, not like criminal, just like celebrity or whatever. And I think with Vine being 6 seconds, I still think that like, even if somebody sees us like, oh, this video is 40 seconds, fuck that, I'm not watching the whole thing. You know, like I don't think people watch videos like that anymore. That I mean, people obviously do. I'm not speaking for everybody. Even my attention span, I think it's like depleting. So I think Vine could work in some sense because 6 seconds, maybe they were a little ahead of their time.
Well, it's just, again, I guess my point is that we don't need Vine to make 6 second videos. Just make a 6 second video.
True. I mean, I think it would be smart if TikTok and Vine did it. Like if there was a TikTok section of Vine, like all the videos would be 6 seconds or less. I think people would be more inclined to go into that section. Like instead of watching, like, you know, you ever go through those videos and then you got like a long one, you're like, what the fuck? This is like 50 seconds long, you know? But imagine a section where it's specifically 6 seconds only.
I don't know. I was never too fond of Vine. Like the 6 second thing was just like, I don't know. I've always preferred longer content. That's just my thing. Like,
yeah, 6 seconds is too little to create anything. But surprisingly, people created a whole bunch of shit with it, and Vine, and it influenced a whole generation of influencers today. Yeah, like Logan Paul, I think. What's his name? King Bach, and just a whole bunch of people. Like the reason they're able to thrive on Instagram is because they were Vine. They did Vine first. Timothy Leggero, no, he'd been to YouTube and bugging. But, you know,
yeah, I mean, it was definitely a platform for people to get started on, but kind of what I was referring to before. I think with all the apps that we have now, we just don't need Vine anymore.
True.
Like I think to bring it back is just is to do it.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, yeah, but if it succeeds, like, you know, if it succeeds, it's one thing. Yeah, Elon Musk wants to bring it back. He's asking the people on Twitter. I didn't actually get the outcome. Let's see what people said. Who knows, man? Who knows?
Yeah, I just don't think I just don't think Vine is necessary.
I mean, but neither is Instagram or like Twitter or anything. They're just kind of like outlets to speak on.
Well, in a grander sense, yeah, they're not necessary.
By the way, as of October 30th, which is when the 69.6% said yes and 30.4% said no, out of 4,920,155 votes.
69? Nice.
Nice. Speaking of Vine, but I said Twitter and Instagram, they're not really necessary things and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in a grander sense, yeah, they're not necessary. But what I mean by necessary is in the landscape of social media today, like an app like Vine isn't necessary to that landscape because, again, if you want to make a 6 second video, just do it. Just make a 6 second video.
Yeah.
Like back then when Vine first came out, we didn't really have the tech on social media to put up 6 second videos like that you could just do it quick out like that, and it was the first platform that did that. But now we have all these other platforms that can do it too, so it's just not necessary. I don't think.
I just consider this, man. So many people are on TikTok for hours of the day, and even me, like I don't have a TikTok. I mean, I guess we do, but I don't have like a TikTok to use personally. Like I use like YouTube and Instagram. And for me, it's just like sometimes I'll be looking at it for so long and I'm like, holy shit, like I just wasted an hour just being on this shit, you know? And I see you
on them YouTube shorts.
Oh, I love
that's
YouTube shorts.
TikTok right there.
That's 100%. And that's why a lot of people are like, oh, like you don't use TikTok, but you use YouTube shorts. I'm like, no shit, bro. I don't have a TikTok account. I'm just being specific. But I think of this weird future of like younger, like kindergartners and like, you know, elementary, middle school and high schoolers, just like the most efficient way to consume social media, you know, like 6 seconds, 6 seconds, 6 seconds, and just boom, 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 like of swiping and stuff. And I think like that's inevitable because people are already doing that with TikTok. And I just think if you got a message to, you know, set, there's always a way to condense it. And 6 seconds seems like just the brink of like, you know, getting it across, whether it be comedic or political. You know, it could be like imagine it's Vine with 6 second videos, but then you can elongate them into stories. So they're like 6 second stories that you can just add on to add on. I know that's pretty much just an alteration of what already exists, but all social media is an alteration of what already exists. Like when TikTok came out, I'm sure a lot of people said what we were saying, you know, like, oh no, like why do we even need that? Like we already have Instagram. And now TikTok's
TikTok is pretty different from Instagram in that case.
How is it different from Instagram?
Well, because a lot of the features that Instagram has now that resembles TikTok came after TikTok came out.
But what is the base of TikTok?
To share videos.
And what is the base of Instagram?
Originally, it was to share photos.
And then it became sharing videos as well, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the base of both those. That's pretty much the base of all social media, whether it's your message or your photo/video, which kind of grouped in the same category, right? Then you get these sound effects and these da-da-da-da-da. Those are just like toppings on the thing that already exists, like a cake and a pie.
Yeah, but that's what differentiates like a chocolate cake from a vanilla cake.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's room for more types of cake, right? There's room for strawberry shortcake. There's room for pistachio, which is Vine. Vine is just another contribution.
Vine is lemon meringue, and no one gives a fuck about lemon meringue.
That's the funny thing. You say that, but motherfucking bakeries still make it. So every time you're like,
and you know how much they sell of it? Let's go ask a bakery how much lemon meringue they sell.
But you'll go to the bakery and you look at the person and you'll be like, this motherfucker's buying lemon meringue. But we live in a world of trending. And so once it starts to trend and everybody's like, damn, this person like comes every day and they buy lemon meringue, and now they got like, they that shit may not have been popular, but they reached out to the world that likes lemon meringue, and now they have access to that. And now it's the biggest selling thing in the world. You get me? The people that use Vine will only attract other Vine users, making it grow. There's something for everybody, you know? There's something for everybody.
I mean, there is, but
TikTok does Vine better. I don't know, man. I saw this Instagram. Instagram does Vine better too, but I'm just saying it's not gonna. I don't think it'll be bigger, you know, than Instagram and TikTok. It'll definitely have its own platform.
Like,
there's Facebook Shorts, there's YouTube Shorts, there's Instagram Shorts, there's everything. But I'm saying like there's only room for those. There has to be something Vine's gonna do to make, even if it attaches itself to Twitter. Vine might attach itself to Twitter. You know what I mean? It's inevitable. You'll be using Vine technology. Facebook and Instagram integrated themselves too. Facebook bought Instagram.
No, but what he's saying is that like it won't be a separate app.
Come on, it will be.
Like,
yeah, but like, there's an app for Messenger by itself in terms of Facebook.
I mean, I know, but I can't remember exactly, but I think before Vine ever died, Twitter implemented Vine onto their app so that you didn't have to open Vine to look at Vines. So I think they already did that. So if they were to bring back Vine, I think it would just be implemented into the app probably, and it wouldn't be a separate app.
Honestly, I don't know, man. But I do see one thing where I do know that advertisements were one of the reasons they shut down. And I have this right here, actually. Let me show you, because this is again Ride the News on Instagram. Very, very great fucking like page to give you some news. They gave a little timeline of what happened to Vine, right? So in 2012, 3 coworkers in their late 20s had an idea for an app, a feed of 6-second videos that will let share short, intimate clips of their lives. They call it Vine, short for Vignette. The idea caught people's attention, and before Vine had even launched, Twitter bought it for $30 million. Vine launched in January 2013. Its popularity exploded when it began allowing use of the front-facing camera, and by April 2013, it was the App Store's most downloaded app. Vine's content wasn't what the founder expected. It was less personal and more memey. Almost immediately, it became clear that Vine's culture was going to shift towards creativity and experimentation, said co-founder Dom Hoffman. The app became famous for short, catchy lines. It created a new generations of internet celebrities such as Logan Paul, King Bach, and Shawn Mendes, who made their memes posting funny, meme-like clips. Vine creators started making money. Logan Paul once reportedly made $200K off a single ad, but it wasn't enough. Vine had no plans to pay its creators, and its most famous users began moving to more lucrative Instagram and YouTube. Vine also struggled to compete with other apps such as Instagram and Snapchat. It failed to sell ads and was slow to release updates. By 2016, a majority of Vine's top creators had stopped using the app. The next year, Twitter shut down Vine's servers. This Monday, though, Elon Musk, who just purchased Twitter, tweeted a poll that asked, "Bring back Vine." as of writing 16. I told you the outcome.
Hmm.
And the funny thing is that he's already instructed engineers to revive Vine by year's end. And then the last thing says, "Will the world's richest man do it for the Vine?" So, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Elon and Twitter thing is pretty interesting overall. How, yeah, he brought a sink.
A sink?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
He
sink into the Twitter headquarters the day that he fired everybody, and he said, "Let that sink
No
in."
fucking way.
Yeah.
I know. One thing that he did. He said everybody has to come back to work in person, and no one's allowed to miss that unless they have a personal. What's it called? Like he allows them personally to miss work.
Yeah,
And,
he's super against working from home.
I mean, at this point, yeah, it's kind of dumb. You know what I mean? Like, if it's because of COVID, I think it's dumb. You know, unless you're like literally gonna die if you get COVID. Like, if you're, you know, like and then you can be like, well, I know people that have this and this and that. You know, but the whole world's back to, you know, like.
I mean,
quote,
some people
unquote,
just like working from home.
I'm not saying they don't. I mean, I would love to stay at home too. You know, I think everybody would like to work from home to an extent. I know people want to go outside, but that's not what work is. You get me? Like, that's not. I guess that's not a true statement either, because you can't, like, what is work as long as you're getting the job done? You know, like, people are like, you could have just emailed me. Why would I have to be in a meeting? You know, but I think it's culture, and I think it's it comes down to the owner that he is now, and I think it comes down to culture and creating in the environment for your product. You know, and that's my opinion on it. I'm not upset about the people going back to work. People losing their jobs though, that's some crazy shit. About 11,000 people.
Yeah,
and I think top heads of Twitter have also quit. I think as well. My spiel is this, man. This whole $8 for a blue check subscription thing.
Oh yeah, Twitter Blue.
Yeah, like I kind of don't care about that either. My whole thing is that now people are making like fake accounts, and he said you can only have fake accounts if you label it as a fake account. And I think Kathy Griffin, a comedian, I don't know if you know who that is.
No.
Well, she got she got in trouble for putting up a picture of her holding Trump's decapitated head.
Okay.
Do you ever remember that?
No.
No? Let me look it up for you. So she did that, and then Trump got mad because he was president, and then he banned her from traveling. So she went on TV and started crying. So she's kind of a annoying person because, like, you know, stick to what you do if you're gonna make jokes like that. But this is what she did. So she posted that on Twitter.
She looks kind of familiar.
I'm sure you know who this is in terms of like, cause she's been in the media forever. She's old as fuck now, but she mocked Elon Musk on Twitter. She's the first, exactly. Well, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, I think you should be able to post whatever you want, like to an extent, like aside from like killing kittens and babies. Yes, he's the president, and one of the things that they said on the news was like, you know, my kid had to wake up and see that on the news and stuff like that and everything. And I mean, I don't care really; it's ridiculous. But she got suspended from Twitter. I think permanently suspended because she mocked Elon Musk, and she didn't, like, you know, I don't know. But that to me is like, what the fuck? Like, that's fucking stupid, man.
I mean, I've brought it up before. I forget on what topic exactly, but like Elon Musk, even though he tries
the
to
Tesla thing, people like talk bad about Tesla.
Yeah, like even though he fights for this like motive of free speech, like he's clearly no stranger to just shutting people up who he doesn't like.
And my thing is this: that's the thing about the whole Twitter thing. Because if you look at it, the whole idea of if you have a mock account, you could do whatever you want. Then in some sense, he is still allowing it through the rules that he sets through the network that you're choosing to speak on. You get me? And so like that's where I kind of agree and disagree. I mean, it kind of immediately contradicts him, but it's like if I say, Javi, you can say whatever you want. But every time you say something, like, just, you know, give me a warning and you can say whatever you want. That's not really free speech, right? But in a way, it's like, okay, well, as long as I tell him I can say whatever I want, you can say whatever you want for the rest of your life. You just got to let me know beforehand. That is kind of free speech. You know, like, you can use my platform that I technically own. You just have to set up a precursor.
It's also like it's private. It's a own company.
Is it a private owned company?
I think it is. I think it is a private company.
Let's see.
Same thing as YouTube.
Let's see.
YouTube, like, you can say something about YouTube, bro.
Twitter used to be a public company in 2013, and Elon Musk is making it private. Actually, so when I was playing pool on Tuesday, and one of my teammates, he was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "What happened?" He's like, all my Twitter shares just got sold and returned back to me. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, Elon Musk, because he bought the company and it's making it private, all the shares basically of anybody that had Twitter shares, they sold it immediately. And they got returned back to you and stuff like that. So I guess it used to be public and now it's private. So because it's private, I think you get to set those guidelines. You know, people could also just not use Twitter. That's the thing about it. You get me? I mean, you don't have to use Twitter.
Something that I was seeing that was also interesting is that Twitter actually isn't one of the most popular social media apps out
Facebook
there.
Facebook is.
Yeah, like if you look at the daily active users of Twitter versus Facebook, it's like a small percentage of what Facebook is.
I think Twitter is mostly relevant to like younger people and like people in the current climate of politics and celebrities and stuff like that. But Facebook is more like everyday life and people from all around the world, because Facebook is in so many different languages. It's incredible. A lot of companies don't do that.
Because what I think Twitter is trying to do, if Twitter Blue especially, is that they're trying to be like other social media platforms where they're trying to create an incentive for creators to create on Twitter and create revenue from that. But the thing is like Twitter is, comparatively to other platforms, is such a limited platform where it's like you have such a character limit on what you can say in a tweet.
Some would argue
things like that.
Some would argue that like that small amount of way to write is good. It makes you get your message across quicker. Like
no, of course.
But instead of writing like this whole 600 page, like not 600 page, of course you have to. It's a book basically. But if you want to say something, rather than going on this Tumblr blog rant, 150 characters, you tell it as it is off the bat. And speech and writing is the same way to express your art and creativity as much as it, a photo or a drawing and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that like to make a revenue off of tweets and stuff is kind of a hard task.
It's ads though, no? Isn't ads the primary?
It's ads. So it's like I don't see like the plan for Twitter of how they're gonna make creators money on Twitter. I don't know how they're gonna do that, but clearly that's what they're trying to do with Twitter Blue. They want to be like what's like the equivalent of that? Like
I'm trying to think,
paying for
like Instagram join. Like like join my Instagram to gain more content from me and stuff like that.
Yeah, like
everybody's
like
becoming
like a Patreon.
Everybody's becoming OnlyFans, bro.
Or like a Patreon, yeah.
Pretty much,
so it's just all that shit.
Patreon came off as the basis of, hey, like you're already gonna pay for this to have access to it. Instagram is more like, hey, you have access to everything, but if you want even more, then it's like use our Patreon-esque form of thinking that. But I just think the weird thing is like, why would you want to pay to get the check mark? Isn't that contradict the whole purpose of having that check mark on you? Like, doesn't that remove the, I guess, what's the word? Not the value, but just the it pinpoints you as a person of like, high profile, like a high profile person, right? And if everybody has a blue check, like what is that for? I don't get what the blue check is for. Is it just to communicate? Is it just to use Twitter in general?
I mean, the blue check is just a verified, where it's just
like you're a real person, because he wants it to.
You are this person.
He wants it to lessen AI like bots.
Yeah,
and I guess in a smart way, like AI bots are still gonna buy it, but now he profits off those AI bots since there's so many of them. I guess.
I don't know if AI bots could buy them.
Well, you could buy them for the AI. You know what I'm saying? You can purchase a whole bunch of those accounts.
Yeah, you could probably purchase it for the AI and whatever, but
it's just a way to make money off the bots rather than just getting rid of them.
Maybe it's just like a way to sort of deter people from doing it. I don't know.
It's interesting, man.
I just think I think of like The Incredibles when Syndrome says, "If everyone's super, no one's super." And it's like, if everyone has a blue check, no one has a blue check.
Watch it end up being like everybody's gonna have a blue check, and he's like, but if you're really special, you got the red check, and everybody's gonna be like, oh my god. I don't know. I think it's again, for me now it's a bumpy road, and now it's kind of strange. Like I thought he was gonna keep it the same, but he's definitely making some big changes. He did just get in, so like for me, I'm like, give us some time. Maybe like it will pay off. Like people are so mad off the bat, off the rip and stuff, but like, I don't know, man. A lot of companies subsidize so fast, and people don't really give a shit. Like Starbucks closed like mass stores because of COVID and stuff, and it's like, I know COVID happened, but it's just like y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all still gonna go get your venti, pile of sugar with a splash of caffeine, and so many companies subsidize, and you don't care ever, and it's just like Kanye West. Like all your attention is on these, people because the media tells you to care about just these people. You get me?
Which media?
The man. Quick thing on Kanye West. There's a guy named Lex Friedman. You should watch the interview. I think it's really good.
Lucas and I were watching parts of it.
Yeah, and I think the best thing about it, I've only seen the clips, but I like that he's like, you shouldn't call them Jews. You should call them by their names, who they are. Like, you should have the balls to, not just make a widespread label of them as just Jews. Like, call them the names that they are. And then Kanye's like, will you help me with that? He's like, I will. And Lex Friedman, I've been a fan of his forever, and he's actually the reason I started listening to Joe Rogan in general. Because I was on YouTube one day, and I just scrolled through, whatever. And then I see like, a conversation with an MIT person, right? And I was like, I never even knew who Joe Rogan was, even because of Fear Factor. But I was like, I want to hear that motherfucker talk. I heard that. It was one of the best conversations I've ever heard in my life. And he's still one of my favorite people to listen to talk. Because he always ends every one of his podcasts with, I don't know about his own show, but on the Joe Rogan thing, was like a piece of art, like poetry, or he sings a song. And it's so cool because like, he's Russian, right? So he talks like this. And when he finishes, he kind of spews off this no emotion, but he speaks so real and human, and it's amazing. I mean, that's really the truth of like, why I like Joe Rogan. And I didn't listen to the Kanye West one because like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't really care for what Kanye West is saying. Like I don't care. Like I don't care as much because I don't suck his dick like the whole world. You got me? Like, even though like he went live when I was in Texas doing this whole Bitcoin thing with Louis Vuitton. Did you hear about that? Where like you would donate 1 Bitcoin, you would get 2 back. And he was like, this is your one opportunity to get rich and everything. And I was like, yo, I'm about to. But again, it's just like Andrew Tate. Like where's everybody saying like, oh, we need to make him more upset because he trended and I need to do something about it to make myself feel better. So Andrew Tate, like, you got rid of him, now what? Like, what contribution are you doing to people who are misogynistic, people who are domestic abusers, people who are this and that? Like, I guess the Andrew Tate was the only wave to kind of fake care. That's my whole spiel, man.
I don't know, man. That Andrew Tate thing kind of came out of left field, but
I mean, but it's true. It's only when they pique your interest, and this and that, and little bits and pieces. Because a lot of people who were bringing the anti-Semitic stuff of Kanye West, I don't know if you heard about him talking about him appreciating the values of Jewish. Their religion and how they, are within their own communities, and how he wants to bring that over to black people. Like, did you hear that?
I didn't see that.
Like, that's what I'm saying. But I'm sure you heard all, huh? Something like that, yeah. But he praised the Jewish community for that. Yeah, I mean, bro, we're all African descent. Like, we all come from Africa. Like, all humans, the earliest trace of human beings are from Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm not saying we're all African, but like. Hold on. I think we need to take a sip of our...
Nah, I'm already out.
Yeah, the Andrew Tate did come out of nowhere. The high noon got me a little fucking... fanning myself and shit. Sorry, guys. I lost my cool there.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Nah, I just feel like with the Kanye thing, because I watched parts of that interview.
Yeah.
Not the whole thing, but it just seems like Kanye's just kind of doing what he usually does in situations like this, where he tries to he's sort of being an anarchist in a sense, where he's just like raising the problem up in the air of like, this is what's wrong right now, but he's not bringing any solutions
or like even like forward connections to what he's really trying to address, like that tweet with the Jews. I mean, I don't know, man. I remember being in Columbus Circle, and this is not to credit Kanye or bash Jews. No kidding. Nah. But I remember some guy protesting, or like several guys protesting Jewish people because they control the media. It was in Columbus Circle, and they were like, the Jews control the media. Don't let them take over the world. Jews. I was like, what the hell? It was a long time ago.
Wow.
So it's like, I've heard things like this before, but
yeah.
Man, I don't know. But I don't know, man. Last time we spoke on the podcast, that the Jewish man near my house, he was caught with like $4 million in fraud. And so you remember with the school and everything, and he was so Jews. I don't know, man. I'm not looking good for you, bro. But check out the comedy special Jew Ari Shafir. It's a good special. I went there. I went to go see it. The clip I sent you today, I was there.
I still haven't seen it yet. What's up, kid? Yeah,
bro. Nice.
I just feel like he's kind of being an anarchist. He's just sort of like bringing up the problem, not like really, as you said, bringing any outward or forward thinking with it, or really trying to make any connections. Mm-hmm. He's like not bringing any solutions. He's just kind of being like, this is what's wrong. And what he's also doing, that which he tends to Kanye, what what he's doing, what he usually tends to do in situations like this is related to the black experience, where like he always brings it back to
he's black.
Yeah,
he's like,
like where he always brings it back to how like this is diminishing the black community, and or how he's always bringing up comparisons of the black community and things like that. And it's like he's almost painting it as if it's an attack on the black community at points. Not like, I'm not saying that that's what he's saying outright directly, but he just talks so much about it where it's just like, dude, like what's your like.
So what I'm hearing is that you're tired of hearing about the black community, Javi.
Maybe from Kanye.
No, I think how it could be painted otherwise is just that one should never stop paying attention to how badly the poor community is being affected by all sorts of, racist and like diminishing programs in the world, or like setups of communities that, fuck with those communities in particular, and that this conversation is never halted. It's always, in continuation. And I'm just saying that could be a perspective that kind of justifies it. Cause, like I like going through the comments of the Kanye thing. Cause it's always like this guy again, this dickhead. And there's always that one fan that's like, my man speaking facts, And I think what that stems from is this hope that it really is, this is not a scheme to gain attention or to sell clothes or music, that it really is there's a genuine intention there to support not only the black community, but wellness overall. And again, like, this all goes back to Joe Rogan and him talking about coronavirus and how he shouldn't be saying this. And it's like, Kanye West is a musician. Like, at the end of the day, he's a musician, and I mean technically he's a presidential candidate. You know what I mean? Which is crazy, but deadass, he's a presidential candidate. So I guess it kind of contradicts what I'm going to say, but I mean, listen to him or not. I mean, there's a lot of dickhead presidential candidates too, But I just think it's, again, like, take it as you will. Like, I use these moments to just completely ignore that and just not give it my attention, because. And because I don't give it my full attention, like, I can only be so opinionated on it. Like, I can be opinionated within anything, but, I don't sound like I'm knowledgeable when I'm speaking on those things because I don't look into them fully, and, we are so educated otherwise on every topic that we talk about.
Yeah, I just,
you know what I mean? Like
that. I mean, that's honestly all I had to say on like Kanye of recent things, just because like. Just like you, I'm not super caught up with every single detail and every little bit of information because it's not worth my time. Yeah, and it really isn't. And even watching the parts of the interview wasn't by choice. It said Lucas just put it on, and I was just there.
You should check out
the interview.
You should check out that Lex Friedman guy in general. Like not with Kanye. Like, look up. He had a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, so did Joe Rogan and stuff. But even look up Lex Friedman. And just check out he's a real educated person. Like, he's not some celebrity. He's like an educated person. Huevos, bro. So, yeah, I think he's dope. And his accent's cool as fuck. But that's the Twitter one. How do you feel about Kanye? His music's fucking awesome. Kanye's music is some of the best music in the world. What are you saying, bro? I think that he's entitled to his opinion. He can say whatever he wants, and that just like me, huh? I think he's always bugging, and that's why he is. Name a genius that ain't crazy. No, you ever seen that video?
I don't think so.
Yeah, bro, let me show you actually before we continue on. You ever seen that video? No,
I haven't. Name the one where he's talking about his problems with DJ. He's like, right, he's like, why should you do it yourself? Disturb yourself. He goes, you ain't got the answer.
No.
You ain't got the answer.
That's when he's talking to Sway in the morning. He's like, how Sway? How Sway? You ain't got the answer. And then at one point he was like, he did a recent interview where he was like, I got to say, and I know the internet's going to hate me for this, but he had the answers. It was fucking hilarious. But let me see if I can, bro, I hate looking. So that's why I'm always like, how Sway? Damn, I can't find the video number. You can't find shit on fucking YouTube anymore. Let me see if I could. Give us the elevator music, Javi.
Boom, boom, boom.
I was gonna bring it up.
Boom, 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 boom.
Fuck, I looked up. You ain't got the answers. Nice. Go. Yeah. Say it one time. Say it 2 times. What's up? That's a dope photo. Yeah, I can't find this video. I'm so sorry. It's a guy. It's like a Spanish guy, and he's like, "Name a genius that ain't crazy." Oh wait, and then he just starts talking about Kanye West and shit like that. It's amazing. But the Houseway, that's mad famous and stuff.
Maybe
like
we'll put in the supplements
if I fucking find it. But what I can find is what you're talking about, Lucas, right here. All right. All right, I got you. You gotta look at this shit. All right.
We gotta both sign that contract. Mark Parker, Will. But if you Africa one, and stand my moment, you ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got me out of my moment. Why don't you empower yourself?
Shout out to Kanye West.
How, Slay? You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't got. You ain't got the answers.
That's pretty much it. But I love.
Come on, bro, chill out.
But I love the Houseway.
Let me create more.
Good, bro. I hope we don't get copyrighted. You figure that out. Just play your elevator music.
Okay.
Just do.
Houseway. Oh man, you know, you really got to listen to our last episode because you know I would love to actually I'm gonna throw it out there, but I would love to hear from you guys, anyone out there, to see what you guys thought of last episode where we were in two different places.
I just what I see right now, like you asked Matt happily, and then I read the comments. That shit was ass. That shit was complete garbage, bro.
Because if this is your first episode, last episode was the first time where Frankie and I filmed an episode over the interwebs.
Yeah, that's Discord.
Where Frankie was.
Yeah.
Where Frankie was in. It was a couple weeks ago. Frankie was in Texas, and we needed to finish filming the A.M.C. section.
It was fucking fun. Texas was fun. Sorry, Luca just asked me how Texas was. Super fun.
But we had to finish filming the A.M.C. section, and so we just did it over Discord. Yeah. And I think it came out pretty well, to be honest. I'm pretty happy with it.
Awesome.
And so I would love to hear what you guys think. Yeah. There's a funny little moment when it does get disconnected.
Oh, okay.
When the call got disconnected.
Yeah.
And I go, oh.
Yeah, there was a lot, and the funny thing is that the day before we did the Discord, Javi needed some files from me, right? And so I get back to the hotel room, and I don't know what the fuck was happening. I was a little crunk. I was on that drink, and
and mind you, it was like 8:30. I was like, yeah, this fucking guy.
And so I get to the hotel room. Javi's like, yo, bro, I need you to send me that file. I'm like, all right, Javi. So like I go to the laptop, I'm opening it. I'm like, all right, what do I do? And Javi's like being really descriptive. He's like, all right, you got to find this file. It's an Adobe file. I'm like, all right, what the just fucking, how long passes do you think?
We were on video chat for like 30 minutes. It was so long.
And nothing got done.
Nothing was done.
I'm just there being drunk.
I just walked away with a headache by the end of that video call, and I was like, oh my God. And fucking
the next morning
and Slime just had no memory of this.
And the next morning I wake up and we're about to set up the Discord, and we set up the Discord call, and the first thing Javi says is like, all right, so that file. And I'm like, oh my God, I completely forgot about that shit. But my friend Patrick, he said that he heard the episode. He said he didn't really hear a difference in audio. Like it came out pretty clear either way.
Nice.
So that's surprising, man, because I thought that shit was gonna sound mad crusty.
Yeah, so no, I'm pretty happy with how it came out. So I'm glad that Patrick liked it.
Let's go, Patrick. Shout out to you. This is your episode right here. Fuck everybody else.
This is your episode, Patrick.
Patrick with the Y.
No, my name's not Patrick. Boom.
Boom. So my third quick topic, right? You heard of slavery?
Nah, never heard of slavery.
Never heard of slavery?
I've heard of slavery.
Slavery.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is all right.
Yeah, I remember slavery.
Good to know. Well, they just banned it in Tennessee.
Oh,
you
really?
Heard about that?
Wow, good for Tennessee. Wow.
So technically, it's been emancipated for dumb long. Obviously, you can't have slaves and shit like that, whatever. But language within the political papers allowed slavery for a long time. So I saw this through Questlove's Instagram, and that he wrote, He said, "Thank you, Tennessee, for officially banning slavery in 2023, the year of our Lord." What the hell is going on? And so right here in globalnews.ca, it says voters in Alabama, Oregon, Tennessee, and Vermont have officially abolished slavery in all forms by voting to amend their state constitutions, removing a legal exception that still permitted slavery and involuntary servitude as forms of punishment for crimes.
Damn.
That's fucking crazy, right? Isn't that crazy in 2022?
Good for Tennessee.
Fuck Tennessee for keeping that shit in there. Fuck that.
But, you know, they did it.
Little too late, motherfuckers. Huh? Free rights. Free rights. $8 per your rights. Fuck out of here. Oh, wow. But in Louisiana, okay, wait, I'll say this. The initiatives on the ballot Tuesday don't force immediate changes in the state's prisons. Well, I do believe that slavery does exist in prisons, you know, when it comes down to like they pay prison inmates nothing for the labor that they do. Like there is a form of slavery happening in there. But it says the initiatives on the ballot Tuesday don't force immediate changes in the state's prisons where inmate labor continues to be used, but they may invite legal changes over the practice of coercing prisoners to work under threat of sanctions or loss of privileges if they refuse the work. But in Louisiana, where Popeyes comes from, gotta have Popeyes, something like that.
Louisiana fast.
How does the gotta love thinking of Popeyes, right? We have the meat. I know. I just wanted to say that.
Yo, man, you know what was the most annoying thing? Like
We're talking about slavery.
Growing up, fucking our baby cousin Nicholas, when he was like really young, he used to get the Hot Pockets and Red Robin like jingle
Red Robin
mixed up. So he would because
Robin
because Red Robin has the jingle where it says Red Robin.
Yum.
Ding.
What? Ding.
Oh, okay, it was yum. Whatever.
Get out of here, Javi.
Same shit. Whatever. But fucking he would always go Hot Pockets yum. And we're like, Nicholas.
What the fuck?
And like he would just always be like Hot Pockets yum. And we're like, there's no yum after Hot Pockets, Nicholas.
He was like, yes, there is. We have the meats. What is the Klondike bark jingle? You remember?
What would you do for a Klondike bar?
Right?
Ding, ding.
A parent is another one. And Beatrice and me were like arguing about it. She's like, no, it's something else that she said that I don't remember. But then we both looked it up and we were both right.
Whoa, what the fuck?
It's
Mandela effect.
I know, man. So it is, what would you do for a Klondike bar? But it was some other shit. Like, it was like, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Like some trash ass whatever. But in Louisiana, voters rejected the proposed Amendment 7 that would have awarded the offending part of its constitution, partly because it might have legalized slavery again.
Okay.
That's crazy. And Mitch McConnell's family members own slaves. Just want to say that. The one what is it, head of the Congress, whatever the fuck he was, his family members own slaves.
White people.
White people problems. Literally.
Imagine owning slaves. Could never.
Imagine being a slave. What you mean?
No, technically, I was a slave.
What the hell, bro? Technically, you were a slave.
My last job. $50.
What, bro?
$40.
This motherfucker got whipped. I may have not got whipped, but my bank account didn't. All right, my last news topic, right? Because there's a lot of news topics today, like quick topics and shit. I actually have one more after this one, but it's super short. This one is kind of crazy that I'm just gonna like really quick. 2 Iowa teens killed Spanish teachers over their bad grade.
Damn.
Yeah, this is just quick. Willard Miller and Jeremy Goodale were just 16 when they were arrested and charged with murdering teacher Nohema Graber in Fairfield, Iowa. Her body was found beaten to death on November 3rd, 2021, hidden under a tarp in a local park. These are the two assholes right there. That's not the lady that got killed. That's just some random guy right there. But yeah, that's crazy, right?
That sucks.
Yeah, so fuck
what
those
the
guys.
fuck? Those
Yeah.
kids clearly were not raised right.
And they're definitely white people. Just saying. I'm not saying they did it because they're white, but they did it. And they just happened to
There's
be.
a clear... Okay, chill out, Kanye.
No, DEFCON 3 to nobody. I'm just kidding. And my last one, because I know there's a lot of quick topics, is that Alex Jones is gonna kill himself. This guy has to. So he already has to pay $1 billion, right? And now he has to pay. He has to pay on top of the $1 billion, $473 more million. Bro, just murder this man. Like, what the next headline will be like, Alex Jones owed $10 trillion to every person ever. Look at his face. That's the face of a man that owes $1.4 billion, bro. What the hell, bro? You see his face, right? I know you can't. I'll put it in the YouTube video, but if you can't hear it, it's more like a. That's wild, bro. This motherfucker owes fucking so much money.
Yo, and holy shit.
It says InfoWars founder Alex Jones is questioned by plaintiff's attorney Chris Mette during testimony at the Sandy Hook defamation. Oh, this is just a description. What the fuck? Yeah, man. Holy shit. So yeah, he.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Man. What the fuck?
That sucks ass,
so
bro.
Funny.
So,
yeah.
You said some stuff on TV. $1.4 million. That's so much money, bro. Holy shit. Isn't that crazy? Who deserves that, bro? That's what I'm saying. He might as well own slaves. I'm kidding. That's a lot of fucking money, man.
Holy shit, man.
He basically, Sandy Hook, where a bunch of kids died. He has his own company, InfoWars, where he was saying that it was a hoax, that they didn't really get killed by a shooter, that it was the government that set it up for da-da-da-da-da. And yeah, he lied about how much money he had and everything, but $1.4 billion, billion with a B, bro.
If they're getting fined, bro, it seems a little fishy, no?
What's up?
If they're getting fined? Who?
Ooh. Oh, I never thought about that. Oh, Luke, did you just crack the case?
But it was filed.
You about to get fined $1.4 billion.
But it was filed by the parents, not by the government.
But what if the parents are involved with the government? Damn, Lucas, you about to be fined, bro. Never lending you $1.
Shout out to issue 3 of the Department of Truth.
Yeah, man, that really kind of started everything, to be honest. Literally, that was our first comic, right?
Yeah,
I still remember reading that on the plane back from LA like it was yesterday. Yeah. That was a good time. And that was my quick topics. Not so quick topics. That was kind of lengthy topics.
It was kind of like a. No, that was too quick. That was too quick. There you go.
You know what I mean? Like,
there you go.
Meow. All right. Well, goddamn. I feel like you want Starburst?
Nah.
All right. You want Starburst? Nobody ever says yes to Starburst, bro. I feel so disrespectful. I'm about to eat one and say the topics. That'd be the worst thing ever. It's not even pink. It's some form of pink. Damn. This is like ultraviolet. They're both the same color.
It's like maroon.
The best Starburst
flavor, orange.
What the fuck, bro? Did you just... Are you dead ass right now?
Yeah, I like the orange ones.
Yo, you just disrespected flavors. Is it what?
Nah, there's not a blue one.
No, there's a blue one. The tropical flavors one. That's a good Starburst.
Okay.
Orange, bro.
Yeah.
Get out of my face, bro. What the hell? It is about pink. There's two different pinks. Cherry and not cherry. Watermelon and strawberry.
Okay.
Watermelon's good though.
The pink ones are probably my second favorite.
Can't believe it, man. That's kind of crazy. Orange, bro. The fuck is...
Get over it. Grow up. Oh my god. Fuck.
You just put away the big gift of orange Starburst you're gonna get from me. God damn it, bro. Just
fuck me, I guess. God damn.
We got the store tomorrow. Yeah, I'd like to return these 300 orange Starbursts. Why? I don't want to talk about it. Just give me my money back.
I'm like, I give a call to someone right now. I'm like, just sweep it up. Because realistically, I had the Starburst spell out your name outside in the hall. It just orange Starburst that says Frankie.
With the CEO of Starburst, William Starburst, there to give me.
Guys, cancel it. It's not a go. It's not a go. Frankie's a dub.
All right. Well, we are at. Oh shit.
Cut him off. Someone cut him off.
We are at the A.M.C section. We are at the A.M.C section. Not that. What am I saying?
Wait, I was gonna say.
Imagine. We are at the news section.
We're at the news section.
Sorry,
I was like, whoa.
I was doing 3 things at once. I almost lost my life.
Like I said, cut him off. Oh my god.
But I got some pretty interesting news, and we're actually gonna go back in time a little.
What?
Yeah. So this is this is pretty interesting, man, because I chose one of the topics, right, and it has to do with China and their detention camps of like Muslims.
Okay.
And it's so interesting. That's my first topic, and it's very interesting because Biden and President Xi Jinping are from China are gonna have a conversation very soon, which is announced and stuff like that. To more so regarding Taiwan, it's not expected to have any positive outcomes, but I just saw that today and it's very interesting. I came across this article. So my first topic, my second topic, is I don't know if you ever heard about this. Is Operation Midnight Climax?
No, I can't say.
You ever heard about this?
Sounds dirty.
That's exactly what it is. And my last topic is the Disney Fugitive.
Disney Fugitive.
Yeah, man.
Raven Simone.
Ooh.
Was I close?
Not at all. Not at all. And so, yeah. So those are my 2 topics. And we begin.
Scene.
All right, let me take a sip of our sponsor, High Noon.
Wait, what'd you mix in there?
I had rum, Sprite, and seltzer water. I call it the Franktini.
I call that shit.
It's pretty good. It tastes pretty good. It tastes like a High Noon, to be honest.
Nah, I don't believe you.
Taste it.
Okay.
I might as well, man.
Here we go, folks.
That's it. The first Franktini. There's very generations of Franktinis. Right?
Yeah,
pretty good, right?
Pretty good.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Pretty good to it.
You want to taste it, Lucas? Nice. Everybody's tasting the fucking Franktini.
We're all getting COVID.
This is the Franktini 1. It's pretty good. He's like, yo, that shit kind of fire, though.
He's like, I can't say anything. Can't give him credit.
All right, so now y'all know. Rum, Sprite, and a little bit of seltzer. A lot of rum. Oh, my God. All right, China. Anyway. So China's mass detention of Muslims. This article came out November 16th, 2019. It's a long one. So the reason I went back, there is a lot of news happening right now, especially with the elections and everything. Mm-hmm. But I just came across this and I was like, yo, honestly, this is really interesting. And it's so long of a story that I'm not even going to cover the whole thing. I really encourage everybody else to go through the whole thing and read it.
Do your own research.
We're not here to fucking hold your hand unless you comment, like, and subscribe. Damn.
Man.
Grow up, bro. The article is called the Xinjiang Papers. Absolutely No Mercy. Leak files expose how China organized mass detention of Muslims. It reads, more than 400 pages of internal Chinese documents provide an unprecedented look inside the crackdown of ethnic minorities in the Xinjiang region. It's by Austin Ramsey and Chris Buckley. November 16th, 2019.
Okay.
So it's an incredibly long read. I just broke it down. There are some sections that I do want to read because they're from the leaked papers themselves.
Okay.
But they're pretty short. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Anyway, now in the Xinjiang region, which is spelled Xinjing, relatives and parents of students were placed in detention camps, particularly Muslim ethnic minorities. The region of Xinjiang is a resource-rich territory located on the sensitive frontier with Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Central Asia. Within there, predominantly Muslim ethnic minority groups make up more than half the region's population, 25 million. The largest of these groups are the Uyghurs, spelled Uiguhurs, who speak a Turkish language and have long-faced discrimination and restrictions on cultural and religious activities.
How much is how big are they?
Like height-wise?
Number-wise.
In terms of population?
Yeah.
25 million.
They're the 25 million?
Oh, like in terms of that area?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure, but they make up the majority of that population. Oh, half, more than half.
More than half?
Yeah, so
okay.
12.5 and this and that, about 13.
Okay.
So authorities of the Xinjiang region, if I'm saying that wrong, so sorry, Xinjiang, whatever. Not whatever, but you know what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I'm not the best. Authorities of the Xinjiang region released a method of classified directive advisement, aka the 403 pages that were shared with the New York Times. And what they were advised to do, the local officials, is to follow all the instructions and to lead the students, basically corner them, the students and the children of the detainees. So basically, all these papers were to instruct the officials how they were to interact with the detained parents, children, or students. You know what I mean? Or relatives. If the detained were to ask, "Where's my family?" local authorities were told to answer, "They're in a training school set up by the government."
Damn.
Yeah, the prescribed answer. That's how it began. If pressed, officials would tell students that their relatives were not criminals, yet could not leave these, quote, schools. The question and answer script also included a barely concealed threat. Students would be told that their behavior could either shorten or extend the detention of their relatives. And they were to say, quote, "I'm sure that you will support them because this is for your own good," officials were advised to say, quote, "and also for your own good." Though these leaked documents, it's shown that in Xinjiang, about 1 million Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and others have been placed into internment camps and prisons over the past 3 years.
Jeez.
So that's between 2015 to 2019 or 2016 2019.
Okay.
It's 3 years. That's when the article came out. China denies that these camps are horrid and describes what they're doing as, quote, "job training centers that use mild methods to fight Islamic extremism."
Bruh.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And this is all about 3 years ago. It's crazy, right?
That wording is so scary.
Yeah, man.
We're just doing this. Like, we're just
your parents
educating
are fine.
them.
Your parents are fine.
We're just educating them and just using mild precautions, you know?
Chill the fuck out.
It's not a big deal.
You fucking pieces. Oh, no, paper. Read the paper. They're fine. They're perfectly fine in Chinese.
Would you like to speak to them? Please. We're gonna sign up. We can sign you up to speak to them.
Damn, a fly fell into my drink.
No!
That's how good it is, I guess. God
damn, even the fly needed a Frankini.
Hey, what do you think about these camps in China? I guess they wouldn't be so bad if they had some high noon. Anyway, quote,
I mean, if I could get away drinking high noon, all I'm saying.
Eat a Starburst. Quote, "Senior party leaders are recorded ordering drastic and urgent action against extreme violence, including the mass detention. Despite the worried students who relied on their parents for tuition and maintenance of crops, officials were instructed to tell them to be grateful for the Communist Party help and shut the fuck up," basically. So they're like, "How am I going to pay for school? Like, how am I going to maintain myself?" And they're like, "Hey, what we're doing is so important, and you're doing it for the sake of the Communist Party." Crazy. That's some mucus.
Mucus.
Yeah, mucus. Now I'm gonna be reading a little bit because this is too important to be left out. Essentially,
Okay.
The current president Xi Jinping, the party chief, laid the groundwork for the crackdown in a series of speeches delivered in private to officials during and after a visit to Xinjiang in April 2014, just weeks after Uyghur militants stabbed more than 150 people at a train station, killing 31. President Mr. Xi called for an all-out, quote, "struggle against terrorism, infiltration, and separatism," unquote, using the, quote, "organs of dictatorship," end quote, and showing, quote, "absolutely no mercy." Quote, "Mr. Xi urged the party to emulate aspects of America's war on terror after the September 11 attacks." Very interesting. Now, this is more reading of the article. Super crazy, man. Just pinpoint the name Chen Quanguo, right?
Chen Quanguo.
It'll come up.
Okay.
The internment camps in Xinjiang expanded rapidly after the appointment in August 2016 of Chen Quanguo, a zealous new party boss for the region of Xinjiang, right? He distributed Mr. Xi's speeches, President Mr. Xi's, to justify the campaign and exhorted officials to, quote, "round up everyone who should be rounded up." The crackdown encountered doubts and resistance from local officials who feared it would exacerbate ethnic tensions and stifle economic growth. Mr. Chen Guangguo responded by purging officials suspected of standing in his way, including one county leader who was jailed after quietly releasing thousands of inmates from the camps.
Wow.
The leaked papers consist of 24 documents, some of which contain duplicated material. They include nearly 200 pages of internal speeches by Mr. Xi, the president, and other leaders. The same Xi that's meeting with Biden real soon. And more than 150 pages of directives and reports on the surveillance and control of the Uyghur population in Xinjiang. There are also references to plans to extend restrictions on Islam to other parts of China. So it's not... They're doing it in Xinjiang, but they want to expand this to other parts of China, which is crazy to think about. Even when you think of the Holocaust, you think of things like this, and it's happening today,
Yeah, it's almost like a hidden, secret thing that's happening that people aren't aware of, and that's crazy that this is. This happened 3 years ago, 2019.
Yeah, 3 years ago, and I would love to look into it now, just because I'm kind of diving into this time period, and I'll Google it real quick, see if it's still occurring, but. China's so secretive with these things, you know what I'm trying to say? And whether it's abolished now, and I hope it is, it's still crazy that these things have existed. I do remember the whole uprising in terms of social media, which is the most, common way of people uprising, just speaking about it. But it's kind of crazy, man, and fucking wild, man. It's super, super scary. So, through these camps, the Chinese hope to transform those detained into loyal supporters of the party. The leaked papers included speeches from President Xi, other officials, reports on the surveillance or control of the Uyghur population in Xinjiang, and internal investigations from local officials. An anonymous Chinese political member brought these papers to light with hopes of preventing party leaders from escaping culpability for the mass detentions. So shout out to this anonymous Chinese politician who's like, yo, I'm going to put this shit out just, to make sure they get held accountable, to some extent. But
what was in it for him?
$1.4 billion. That's what broke. That's fucking crazy.
Because I was just gonna say finally a good politician. But I was like, wait, is there such thing as a good politician?
Who knows?
Is that an oxymoron?
Facts. And it's funny because in my heart I was thinking that in America we portray Chinese people, and I'm not saying all Chinese people. I'm talking about Chinese government more so. As those bastards, they're commies over there, and they're kind of doing bad things over there, government wise and everything. And that's bad. That's bad language and stuff like that. And it kind of labels all Chinese people in a good way.
That's bad.
That's not good. And it's funny because today somebody told me they're 18 and they were like, yeah, I just got back. I went to China, and I was like, oh shit, I completely forgot you can go there and just hang out and everything. And it's just media really portrays your outview on certain countries and how you view certain people. And I'm not saying that I look at Chinese like these motherfuckers, but it's also just
totally what you're saying. You're on your Kanye again, man.
DEFCON 2 now. But it's also that I have no perspective to being there, and I think it's just very unfortunate, not only for these Muslims that are in the detention camps, but also people who suffer from any wrongdoing the government implements on the people and civilians of China. And same thing with America, our shitty ass government, what we do to us,
You said America, you said America.
Did I really?
You're like,
America.
Same thing like America.
Hold on. Same thing like America. Country music. So the anonymous politician was like, yeah, these motherfuckers doing something wrong. And in Xinjiang's capital, Urumqi, in 2009, there was a surge of anti-government and anti-Chinese violence, as well as an attack of an outdoor market that led to 39 dead in 2014. This is really important because this is days before President Mr. Xi set a new policy course for Xinjiang. The documents instruct to tell the relatives of the detained that their relatives are undergoing, quote, treatment and chuzi. Chuzi is a euphemism used in party documents and it means punishment.
Okay.
So that's what he's saying the parents and the relatives are undergoing. The smartest children of those detained are sent to universities across China in order to train a new generation of Uyghur civil servants and teachers loyal to the party. So they're basically taking away their parents. They're putting them in camps because they're Muslim and they're Islamic extremists. And of the children they're leaving behind, only the smartest get to go to university funded by China only to conform them to be true communists.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird, man.
That's so like, oh
That's
my God.
that's not this year. That can't be. That can't be. You know.
It's so systemic. It's so like
It's not real. It's Black Mirror.
it just seems so deeply rooted in such a prime issue that's happening in China with its government.
Yeah, man.
Of just how much control they have over their citizens. That is scary.
It's
man.
terrifying, and it's happening, you know, in modern history. And this is one of the big reasons I want to cover this, because I'm reading this and I'm like, it just doesn't get, it gets more fake, more and more and more, and it's truly disturbing, man. This is the actual documents. The document warned that there was a quote serious possibility students might sink into turmoil after learning what had happened to their relatives. It recommended that police officers in plain clothes and experienced local officials meet them as soon as they return, quote, to show human concern and stress the rules. The directives question and answer guide begins gently with officials advised to tell the students that they have, quote, absolutely no need to worry, end quote, about relatives who have disappeared. Quote, tuition for their period of study is free, and so are food and living costs, and the standards are quite high, end quote. Officials were told to say, before adding that the authorities were spending more than $3 per day on meals for each detainee. Quote, even better than the living standards that some students have back home, end quote. They also said, quote, if you want to see them, we can arrange for you to have a video meeting.
Wow. So that joke that I was making.
Yeah. And I don't even know if they allowed them to have that. If the children were still to display curiosity and request to see their relatives, officials were told to respond firmly and I can't talk, and say that those relatives are infected with the virus of Islamic radicalism, that they have to be quarantined and cured.
Wow.
So they're being all nice and ditty, but as soon as you get real hard, they're saying your parents are sick in the head and we're gonna fix them. That's
crazy.
That's your mom and father. You know what I mean? That's your aunt and uncle. You know? Even the elderly were held captive. The document reads that students should be grateful that the authorities had taken away their relatives. And the last piece I have is this. And mind you, this is like barely half the article, because it just goes on and on and on. And I have one piece of key things afterwards, but quote, treasure this chance for free education that the party and government has provided to thoroughly eradicate erroneous thinking and also learn Chinese and job skills, end quote. One answer said, quote, this offers a great foundation for a happy life for your family, end quote. The authorities appear to be using a scoring system to determine who can be released from the camps. The document instructed officials to tell the students that their behavior could hurt their relatives' score and to assess the daily behavior of the students and record their attendance at training sessions, meetings, and other activities. And that's where I'm going to stop with this whole thing.
Okay.
But it's fucking shocking. And later on, it shows that even Mr. Xi really represented the president, that he actually, you know, empathizes with these religion outlooks, and he didn't want them to be treated badly or nothing.
Yeah.
But bro, it's a lie. It's all a lie. And it's terrible. And again, the reason I didn't go through the whole thing is because it does, you know, get long, and I feel like getting the premise of everything, especially for those listening, even if we put it up on the social and stuff so people hear about it, just because it's really crucial. And again, listen to this, go read this article yourself. I went back to Alex Jones. But go read this article yourself. I'm going to say it one more time. It's by Austin Ramsey and Chris Buckley on the New York Times, November 16, 2009. Look up the Xinjiang papers, Xinjiang papers, and just look up the title, Absolutely No Mercy, Leaked Files Expose How China Organized Mass Detention of Muslims. And yeah, man, it's crazy, bro. To cover it is just insane, and it would be just another like 40 minutes of me talking about this horror, you know. But I'll send you the article so you can read it on your own and everything too. You know, just yeah, man. So what are your thoughts? Like, what are your thoughts, opinions? You know, funnies? No, I'm kidding. It's fucking wild. It sounds wild. Unreal.
It genuinely just like, I don't know. It just, the more you went on with this, I was like, it's kind of like what you said. It seems unreal.
Yeah.
Where it's just it's almost like a rabbit hole or a beehole in itself.
The biggest beehole in the world, bro.
Yeah. It's like 1 second it's like, yeah, you know, we're fucking putting people in internment camps, and then the next second it's like we're fucking rehabilitating people to be communists.
Yeah, man.
It's like, holy shit.
And imagine being the children of these people, man.
Like, I feel like that could be a movie. Like, what
probably
the fuck?
Probably starring Leonardo DiCaprio.
DiCaprio? Is that female Leonardo?
I watched, not to take away from this, I'll come back to this real quick, but I watched Django the other day.
Uh-huh.
And man,
oh, yeah, I saw that on your story.
Man, I mean, I do like that movie. I mean, I've been watching a lot of Tarantino shit. Like on the plane back, I have Reservoir Dogs downloaded into my laptop. Nice. And every time I fly, I watch that movie. And my favorite part of that movie, even though there's a lot of good parts, is just the beginning. You gotta watch it, man. It's just the beginning. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Django.
But no, Django, Reservoir Dogs.
Oh, no, I haven't seen Reservoir
Dogs. It's a beginning conversation of them talking about tipping in America. And it's nothing deep or nothing. It's just a conversation. But one of the cool lines is, he's like, somebody shoot this motherfucker. And he's like, hey, man, you shoot me in your dreams. You better wake up and apologize. Like, I just love that line. It's crazy. But it's just, you know, tangent about a beehole, if you will, about tipping in America. But that movie's so good. Then I watched Django. And the reason I bring it up is because, first of all, slavery crazy. Slavery dumb crazy. Tennessee, Louisiana. But aside from like the amazing actors like Christopher Waltz, Samuel L. Jackson, like all these motherfuckers that are amazing. What's her name? I don't know. But Jamie Foxx. But Leonardo DiCaprio is a great actor. Like, I know this is obvious, but you know, but as I was watching,
for those that were listening, I just like strongly like nodded my head,
and I was watching this movie, and I'm watching it like because I've seen it so many times, so I'm like playing a video game at the same time, but like I am watching it, and at one point I just stop what I'm doing and I'm checking it out, but I'm just like, it was the first time I started to cherish Leonardo DiCaprio. Like I was like, this is such a great actor, man, and. You know, you can be like, oh, who's your favorite actor? Oh, you like Leonardo DiCaprio, so original. And it's just like, nah, bro, there's so many good actors. Because Brad Pitt is a great actor too, and Jonah Hill. All these people, you know, Tarantino, Scorsese movies, modernly, you know, but there's a lot of old ones that are great too. Like Reservoir Dogs has a bunch of them. But man, that was good to see. That was good to see. That movie's so crazy, Django.
You gonna
let us sleep with the big house?
I was telling my coworker that like at work that sometimes
your coworker at work.
Yeah, at work, Franky.
No, damn.
But I was telling him about how like I feel a bit of like representation when I see a patient come in and they're born 97. I'm like, yeah, my year. And he was like, oh, you were born 97? I was like, yeah. And he takes a second. He goes, that was the same year Titanic came out.
Oh, shit. Really?
And I was like, oh, nice. And I've never seen that movie in full. I've only ever seen it in parts.
Don't talk to me, man.
Because I've only ever seen it on TV growing up.
I was about to sing you the song.
And I get it.
Nah, you don't.
I get it.
Nah, you don't.
Like, I've seen the whole movie.
Now you get a monotone.
Like, I've seen the whole movie. I've just never seen it in full from, like, beginning to end. Like, I've seen it in all, like, jumbled around.
What a fraud. Lucas said, what happened in 2 hours and 4 seconds? Go. He don't know shit.
Jack is drawing.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, a lot of people will say that movie sucks. I like that movie a lot. I remember I went to go see it in theaters when it came out and everything.
Okay.
It was very nice. With my homie.
Cute date.
Yeah, it was a cute day. It was cute friendship times. But it was very fun. I like that movie a lot. I think it's very sweet and everything. Don't. And then Leo Cabrio's like, oh. But back to this attention stuff. I feel like it's super crucial to cover on that. Again, like it's just repeat on repeat. It's just very incredibly disappointing, sad, and just.
How did you stumble upon this?
That's the funny thing is I don't even know. Like I was going through the New York Times and stuff like that. Because, you know, I like to do modern topics all the time, as we both do. And we always find, sometimes we look outwards and we even want to do a history episode and stuff. But I genuinely do not remember. But the second I caught the headline, I was like, no, I do remember these camps being such a big deal. And so off the rip, like I had Midnight Climax. I actually had a different topic outside of the Disney Fugitive. I just knew that this was going to be a long one. And it was actually Hemp for Victory. And you know, I've been watching Joe Rogan from the beginning, and one of the people that he's talked to is Todd McCormick. And Todd McCormick is somebody who went to jail for 5 years because he was using, I think, medical marijuana, using or growing, one of those. Pretty sure using. And when he went to court, he was unallowed to use the term medical marijuana to represent himself.
Interesting.
Like he can only use marijuana, and he's a big advocate now for marijuana and stuff like that and everything. So he got 5 years in prison for that. So he talked about, huh? 5. He just served his term. His term was 5 years. He got sentenced to 5 years in prison. And one of the big points that he was making is that cannabis, I think, I gotta check this, but cannabis is the Arabic word for hemp or something like that. This is something like that, right?
Okay.
Ooh. And hemp was used for so many things in America. You know, like I think this is true. I gotta just get the correctness of it. But newspapers were gonna be printed on hemp, right? But one thing that happened is that the you know, who owned the printing press and everything, wasn't gonna allow it because he was making so much money off paper being used to print everything. So he put a story that said people who use hemp and marijuana, right? It's being used by Mexican and black people, and if you let them use it, they're gonna fuck white women.
Damn.
And it created such a bad image for marijuana and hemp that they didn't end up overgoing that route. Even though hemp can be used for so many things, like clothes and paper and just anything. and I mean, I tell you to listen to a couple of things, man, but you should really check it out because it's really fun. It's really fun thing because it's such a great conversation on marijuana, like a while back, not too while back. Todd McCormick, there's 2 parts, episode like 40 something. And I remember listening to it and I'm like, this is so interesting. And one of the things that is this a propaganda video for Hemp for Victory, which was basically selling hemp to fund a certain war. It may have been World War II or World War I that America put out. So through the midst of putting out this bad image of marijuana and hemp, it's just we wanted to sell it ourselves to profit for the war and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do that. I just genuinely didn't do my research, and I want to do that topic in the future.
Okay.
And but if you look here, this is like basically the video, and it was in 1942, right? So, right, it's 1942. What war would that have been? World War II, World War One.
The one, I think.
Yeah. The propaganda video America put out. I don't know if it's propaganda, but it's basically advocating for the use of hemp and not the use, but the selling the hemp to fund the war.
Okay.
And right now we're watching and stuff. It's a fucking 13-minute video.
God damn.
That's World War II. I'm sorry, I'm not a historian. We both thought World War I. But check out Todd McCormick's episode with Joe Rogan and stuff because it's really good, man. It's really educational, and for people who smoke as weird as much as you do, like it's not like you have to know, but like it's super interesting to know. You know, it's super. You know, you want to know your history about what you're smoking because I think weed is a very beautiful drug, and it's not even a drug; it's a plant. I have the bad habit of calling it a drug.
You know, it's funny of like hearing like the history of weed. I remember one time Josh and I, after closing up at Ben and Jerry's, we went to go smoke and we are just smoking and chilling. And then this dude and his girl, they're walking by and he's like an older guy and he goes, "Man, that smells great, man. It smells amazing. That stuff smells like some old school weed." And and we were just kind of like, "Yeah, man, thanks." And then after they walk away, Josh is like, "That dude's bugging."
Some Reggie.
He was like, that dude's bugging. Like, if this was old school weed, we would not be high right now.
That's a huge point right there. A lot of people will say, and I think this Louis C.K., great comedian, he's saying, he's like, "Man, I used to smoke when I was younger and stuff, but now that I'm older, man, I don't know who the fuck I think I was. Some guy fucking offered me a hit of the joint, and so I took one, and I didn't take just a regular hit. I just went like a big joint, right? And I take it off, and the fucking unemployed motherfucker over there, like, oh no, he's bugging. And even the guy there with the vest and the buttons, he's like, nah, man, that was way too much. And now I'm panicking, and now I'm fucking. And he's like, weed today is too strong, and it is, motherfucker. I didn't smoke like 70s, 80s. Of course, obviously I smoked mono weed, but we used to get high for a dime. Me and my friends. I mean, one of the funniest things is that me and my friends wanted to buy a dime of weed. Shout out to my homie Chris and Abe, and I think Fabe was there too.
Man, remember buying dimes,
you know. And but so he lived on the block where down the block some guy always sold weed, right? And we were like, yo, it's gonna go up to him, right? And so we're just there 20, 30, 40 minutes. We're like, yo, who's gonna go up to him though? Who's gonna go up to him? Da, 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 da. And so finally, like after so long contemplating it, I was like, yo, I'm gonna go up to him. But like, you know, not wanting to, but we gotta get this dime, right? And I barely smoked. And so we went up to him. I was like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, what you want? I was like, let me get a dime. He's like, all right. And so I'm waiting there. I'm like, oh my God. In my head, I'm like, oh my god. He comes out. Bro, we do the handshake, where I got the money in my hand and he got the dime in his hand, and we do it. And I did it so successfully. And I was like, thanks, man. He was like, no problem. I walked away, took a couple cool steps, like, I was like, oh my God, I got the weed. I was like, holy shit, bro. I never did that before, So I was like, smoked our dime, got high as fuck.
Nice.
Yeah, it's super interesting, man. Fucking that was such a funny day.
Nah, I remember back in college, my freshman year, my friends and I, like my new friends that I had just met at college, we were sitting outside. We just finished smoking, and we were like, man, like we would love to get more high, but we just started school, so we didn't know any dealers yet.
Okay,
so we were just sitting outside, and we were like, what do we do? Like, should we just ask someone if they sell weed? And they were like, and we were like, well, how can you tell who sells weed? And then in the same area, in like the same little like sitting area, there was like this dude with like a duffel bag, and he was chilling with his friends. And like, I was like, I don't know. I mean, maybe that guy sells weed. Yeah. And they were like, oh, like, and immediately they're like, oh, Javi, you're being racist. Because like they were all black and whatever.
It's just one black guy with a dope bag. It smells like fucking crazy weed. He's just there, mad cool, fucking fashionable. And you're like, yo, maybe he's some weed. Like, oh, how dare you? how dare you infer this young gentleman sells weed? And it's like, no, he's a cool motherfucker.
But I was like, I don't know, maybe he does. And then eventually we see two ladies walk past him and his friends. And then they buy some weed off of him. I was like, yeah, you see, we're good. And so then it became a conversation of who is going to go up and talk to him. And
now it's like, hey, I got weed. Who wants to buy weed?
Like my two friends, one of them was Mexican, the other one was Filipino.
Hey, representation. And Filipinos are the Mexican Asians.
Yeah. And so basically when we were talking about who's gonna go up, fucking my Filipino friend, he goes, who's my roommate freshman year, he goes, I don't know, Javi, like blacks and Asians don't get along.
That's fucking, what's his name? No, I'm kidding. I gotta say that'd be funny. That'd be funny if he went up to him like, yo, can I get some weed? And he's like, hey man, blacks and Asians don't get along.
I mean, he grew up in the Philippines, so it's like maybe his perspective,
maybe he was extra racist,
is a little different, whatever, of like how it was for him in the Philippines. But then my other friend, the Mexican friend, he's like, yeah, Mexicans and blacks don't get along. And he's from Cali, which is like,
he was like, yeah, fool,
which is notorious for like actually having a situation between Mexicans and blacks.
Yeah, even here, bro, it's a true thing.
But
it's a real thing.
But the both of them are just like, like we don't get along as black people. So I was like, wow, so I gotta be the one to fucking go up. Yeah. So I had to go up and buy some weed, but I was like, you guys are such pussies. But I was like, this is
how'd you do it? You were like, sup, dog?
I just went up and I was like, hey man, you selling weed?
I was kidding about the sup, dog. I just wanted you to be like, yeah.
Just ask him, are you selling weed?
Yeah.
Hey, good sir. Are you happen to have any cannabis today?
I walk.
He's like, get on the
ground. I walked up to him and I was like, hello, salutations.
Fellow member of society, I'm Javi. I would love to know your name, and I would love to purchase some of your cannabis. Your street candy, if you will.
your skunk candy.
Gelato. Lucas said that with the two peace signs crossing his chest and a big old smile.
You ever see that one episode when Randy gets like he partners up with a black guy for his weed?
No, I seen it when he has elephantitis on his balls. You don't remember that one? He wants to get a medical marijuana card.
Yeah, so he puts his balls in the microwave.
And he gets cancer. And
his balls are like fucking
like a wagon
balloons.
Full of balls. And he gets to smoke wherever he wants. And at the end, they make a jacket out of his testicle skin. Dance with, Anybody like a dance? You remember that? the prostitute that nobody wants to dance from, and it's a man that's pretending to be a woman. Dance.
I don't think I.
Anybody like a dance?
I remember that one.
Oh my god! Welcome to the stage, Brittany. To the main stage. Oh my god, bro! South Park is the best. Anyway, back to mass detentions in China. Sad stuff. And let me look up if that's happening now. To the main stage, Mr. Xi Jinping, President of China, President of you tonight. China camps. Googling right now, 2022. Let's see what's happening.
What's happening, Frankie? What's happening?
So, yeah, no, it says right here, Vox has an article. Yeah, it says communist. China is committing genocide. The world has no plan to stop it. The missing plan to save the Uyghurs. This is on September 14th, 2022.
Wow.
So I'm just going to read the first three articles just because I want to... I kind of want to even make this the next topic for the next episode. 5 years ago, human rights group, we could both look into it because it's so like hefty, but it says this: 5 years ago, human rights groups started sounding the alarm that China was building internment camps to hold Uyghurs, a mostly Muslim ethnic minority located in the northwestern region of Xinjiang. Eventually the Uyghurs spoke up to the Western media outlets, and journalists like the Vox writer began writing articles to draw attention to it. They mentioned the leaked papers. 2 years ago, experts showed that China was also subjecting Uyghurs to forced labor and forced sterilization. And 1 year ago, the U.S. declared the crisis a genocide, and President Biden signed under the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which puts the onus on importers to demonstrate that a product's supply chain is free of forced labor into law. And lastly, last thing I'll read, the United Nations has published a report that says China's policies may constitute international crimes,
Okay.
in particular crimes against humanity. A report that adds nothing new to what we already know about the crisis, that neglects to call the crisis what it is, genocide, and that some experts say was watered down under tremendous pressure from Beijing. Wow.
You know, it's crazy to think that, like, I didn't even think to even realize that this is genocide.
Yeah. I mean, me neither, honestly speaking, because you honestly speaking, like to a mind like mine, genocide sounds like, oh yeah, that's what happened in the past. And it's like, no, that can happen whenever. And Jesus Christ.
I mean, for me, it's just kind of like for genocide, I always imagined that if there was genocide happening in the world, that it would be more public.
Yeah. And the thing is that, like, I guess when it comes to today's day and age, news happens so fast, bro. And I think there's so much things happening where, like, let me ask you this. Damn, this is pretty interesting. And it's a tangent, but whatever. It's not really. Remember Free and Roll in Las Vegas? Mm-hmm. Where, like, one of the big emphasis was that sorry, originally for the Sprite, I couldn't reach it. Is that, like, the hippie movement was thriving, and that, and one fact, even Hunter S. Thompson was like, and we were winning, you know, like we were even winning. And it's just like again, there was, like, relatively speaking, simpler times to now. But what do you think would happen if, like, I'm sorry, like, I know phones not existing would kind of make this worse because it would bring less attention to the problem. But, like, what would you think? Say we were just as informed without phones, and, you know, we just had newspapers and like basic forms of communicating with one another. Would we be more involved with helping out other countries that are dealing with this type of thing? Or you think it's right now we're helping as much as we can?
I mean,
or distracted.
I don't know. That is an interesting question.
You get what I'm saying though, right? Like,
yeah,
you know,
because from what I'm understanding, it's just like, would we still be as involved as we are now in the situation if we didn't have phones and weren't connected to the internet and things like that? So I think, like, because immediately I think of how people were quick to get drafted into the army and join the army when world wars happened. So I think there's always been a call to raise arms. Yeah. I don't know. That's so interesting. I think maybe it'd probably be the same.
Think so?
Or maybe if anything, crazily, I think it would probably be more. I think we'd probably be more involved.
Yeah. Because more people are exposed to what's happening, and like somebody who may have never had access to that information in the past now can be like, oh, well, that affects who I am as a person. And it may not be like that I'm Muslim. It could just be like I just care about other people, or I know other Muslim people. And
yeah, because I think about the New York Times article came out in 2019.
Yes,
I'm thinking about if that was like the major headline that day.
Had to be.
And so if that was the major headline that day, if you put this back in time, and if everyone's reading newspapers and stuff like that, like I feel like that just gets more eyes than it does digitally.
But in terms of like digitally, wouldn't that be shared digitally? Like, wouldn't that be on like who reads newspapers? You know?
Well, that's why I say like back in time.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think news is always going to spread, whether it be word of mouth. It may be spreading correctly because word of mouth is so kind of unreliable sometimes because people kind of change up the story as it goes. But
telephone.
Nonetheless, it kind of still, it's a game, right? Where you like, you know, but for those that don't know, telephone is a game where like you have a whole line of people and you start off the thing as one thing and you pass it down to everybody. And by the time it gets to the end, it's like this whole different message. Like, oh, like Sandy's wearing pink shorts. And at the end, it's like, oh, Sandy's a whore. After like 30 people. Nah. But I mean, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, it's just super interesting. And I wonder what people are doing today. Like what people are doing today to try to address this. And I'm happy we're talking about it. I'm happy we're talking about it because I really do hope in some sense or way we can just bring attention to it. Because I think just talking about it now, like us being informed in of itself, I've been using that a lot lately, in of itself, it's just important, man. And I don't think we're going to be doing anything super major to stop this, what it is, genocide in China. But we can talk about it more with other people and spread it. Not just on this podcast, but like through our own literal lives and just see, you know, just bring it to attention because it deserves it at the very least attention, you know?
Yeah.
Super crazy. Yeah, bro.
Man, what a crazy first topic.
Yeah, man. Fucking cheers to that.
You just drop your Starburst in your drink?
Yeah, give it a little flavor. We're nobody eating them. So we're gonna, you want a Starburst?
Nah.
Fuck, man. So I got my next topic, right? Let's do it. My next topic's a little wordy because it's so strange. But let me ask you this: what does LSD stand for?
Lazy, sexy drive.
Close enough. All right, I'll get to that. So now we're gonna talk about Operation Midnight Climax. Right? So, at the time, 1953. Good year, the best year. It was towards the end of the Korean War, and weeks away from the U.S. secretly sponsoring the overthrow of a democratically elected leader in Iran. All right. April 10th, 1953 was when Alan Dulles, he was appointed director of the CIA. Right. I got this from history.com, so I'm gonna read these paragraphs. It's just it's crazy. So this is not Midnight Climax, but within this is Midnight Climax, right?
Okay.
3 days after his speech decrying Soviet tactics, Dulles, the new director of the CIA, approved the beginning of MK Ultra, a top secret CIA program for, quote, covert use of biological and chemical materials, end quote. American values made for good rhetoric, but Dulles had far grander plans for the agency's Cold War agenda. MK Ultra's mind control experiments generally centered around behavior modification via electroshock therapy, hypnosis, polygraphs, radiation, and a variety of toxins, drugs, and chemicals. These experiments relied on a range of test subjects, some who freely volunteered, some who volunteered under coercion, and some who had absolutely no idea they were involved in a sweeping defense research program. From mentally impaired boys at a state school to American soldiers to, quote, sexual psychopaths at a state hospital, MK Ultra's programs often preyed on the most vulnerable members of society. The CIA considered prisoners especially good subjects, as they are willing to give consent in exchange for extra recreation time or commuted sentences. Whitey Bulger, a former organized crime boss, wrote of his experience as an inmate test in MK Ultra. Quote, 8 convicts in a panicked and paranoid state. He said of the 1957 tests at the Atlanta Penitentiary where he was serving time. Quote, total loss of appetite, hallucinating, the room would change shape, hours of paranoia, and feeling violent. We experienced horrible periods of living nightmares and even blood coming out the walls. Guys turning to skeletons in front of me. I saw a camera change into a head of a dog. I felt like I was going insane.
God damn.
It's crazy, right?
The fuck?
Ridiculous. Bolger, who was talking just now, claimed that he had been injected with LSD. It stands for lysergic acid diethylamide, or acid, had become one of the CIA's key interests for its, quote, brain warfare, end quote, program, as the agency theorized it could be useful in interrogations. In the late 1940s, the CIA received reports that the Soviet Union had engaged in, quote, intensive efforts to produce LSD, and that the Soviets had attempted to purchase the world's supply of the chemical. One CIA officer described the agency as, quote, literally terrified of the Soviets' LSD program, largely because of the lack of knowledge about the drug in the U.S. This was the one material that we had ever been able to locate that really had potential fantastic possibilities if used wrongly, the officer testified. With the advent of MK Ultra, the government's interest in LSD shifted from a defensive to an offensive orientation. Agency officials noted that LSD could be potentially useful in gaining control of bodies when they were willing or not. The CIA envisioned applications that range from removing people from Europe in the case of a Soviet attack to enabling assassinations of enemy leaders. On November 18th, 1953, a group of 10 scientists met at a cabin located deep in the forests of Maryland. After extended discussions, the participants agreed to truly understand the value of the drug. Quote, an unwitting experiment would be desirable. So that's a good, I know that was lengthy, but that's pretty much the background of everything.
Okay.
But now we're going to talk about Midnight Climax, which is much shorter. Yo, Lucas, you should check this out. This is pretty crazy. So Operation Midnight Climax was revolved around LSD and to discover its effect on those dosed with it, right? This occurred in 1955, and the project will be set up at 225 Chestnut Street, San Francisco. The house was renovated by George White, who had worked for the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. He was a priority, George White, in regards to drug experiments. He decorated the house with French can-can dancers and flowers, red curtains, black silk mats, and Toulouse-Lautrec posters. All this done to present a sensual and erotic environment. He got a Berkeley engineering student who was hired by George White, to install a two-way mirror and bugging equipment, like hearing.
Okay.
He would look.
So he wanted people to fuck.
What you're gonna hear right now. George White will look through the window holding a martini in his hand. Mind you, this is the government. This is the CIA who did this, right? What would happen in this room is that the prostitutes would lure young men into the designed brothel, and they were to be dosed with LSD, all while he stared at them, observed them. He would provide monetary incentives to the women and assist them with any problems with the law in the future. The purpose shifted from LSD, like the focus on LSD, to sex and how to strategically use prostitutes to extract information from others using the sexy time, you know? And this is the article. But perhaps unsurprisingly, much of White's actions were driven by pure voyeurism. Quote, I toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun, White later said. Where else could a red-blooded American boy lie, kill, cheat, steal, rape, and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest? Yeah, that's pretty much Midnight Climax. That's crazy shit.
Wow.
And MK Ultra in itself was later dissolved after 1963. It started in 1953, around it, where the Inspector General was like, what the fuck? He insisted the agency follow new REACH ethics guidelines and bring all the programs on non-consenting volunteers to an end. Shout out to the Inspector General, who thinks consent is hot as fuck. And this is the last of it. I just think the Midnight Climax shit is fucking crazy. I don't know if you ever knew about, like, the government used LSD to fucking coerce men. You heard about that and everything? I figured you would have heard about it too and everything. It's one of those things good to know that the government did, man.
I've always been aware that like LSD was created by the government and all that stuff.
I don't know if it was created by the government. I'm not sure it was.
It was actually. Okay. There's like the whole history to that of how like it was created by the government for a lot of those reasons of like trying to interrogate and things like that. Yeah. And it just ended up that like, you know what, people have too much fun on this. Yeah. So they abandoned that project. But so hearing this isn't very surprising. Yeah. Because it's like, wow. So I would imagine this is probably during the time that they were first experimenting with LSD when they first created it and first trying to figure it out and stuff. So it's really interesting to hear.
You know who invented it? Albert Hofmann, a researcher with the Swiss chemical company Sandoz, developed acid. But apparently he's the inventor of LSD. He died on April 30th, 2008, just 10 days after the 55th anniversary of his notorious bicycle trip while tripping on acid.
Nice.
I want to see though.
Oh man, you know what Brian sent me?
What's up? The baseball player, right? Baseball player. Yeah. Tell people.
Yeah, no.
I'll find out the name, but tell him what he did.
Brian sent a post about a baseball player that who pitched a no-hitter game in MLB while he was tripping on acid.
Yeah, man. And that was Doc Ellis.
Huh? It would be behind you. Yeah.
That person was Doc Ellis, and as of June 12th, 2017, it was 47 years ago that he hit the no-hitter on acid. That's fucking wild, bro.
And then Brian and I got into a conversation about acid because he was like, that's crazy, I could never imagine. I was like, and I made the joke, I was like, yo, I'm about to go into work while tripping.
Yeah. And you could, in some sense you could, you know, it'd be kind of like, what the hell, you know. and for me, like, I never done acid, only shrooms, but I told him, I was like, it just speaks to I told him it speaks to the truth and realism to like just, you know, psychedelics and like what they can accomplish and how unrelated it is to like alcohol, you know. And like, I want to say unrelated to marijuana, but it is very different. There's some similarities, but I don't know. I just think there is some interesting things to talk about there. And he was like, nah, man, I could never. And it's like, but we get drunk all the time, bro. Like, you know, like if you try tripping. You know,
that's basically what I was trying to tell him. Because I was just like, yeah, man, like the conversation ended where I was just kind of like, come on, Brian, don't be a pussy. Drugs just want you to be happy.
Yeah.
Embrace them.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, that's fine. I want to be happy myself. And I was like, so let's trip together.
That's the whole point. Like, you know, like,
I was like, so let's trip together. And he's like, nah, I'm good. I'm like, bro, like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting, and it's not easy. It's because one thing that, especially like marijuana, is it brings a lot of truth to the world and to your perspective of life and inner thought. And I think, especially mushrooms and everything. I mean, I think the best thing is to be in a good state of mind, you know. But at the end of the day, that's what it's there for, to have fun and to just see the world outwards of how you see the world. And if there's other ways to see the world, are you really seeing the world, you know?
Oh my God, Frankie, I forgot to tell you about my day like a week and a half ago, or was it a week and a half ago? Whatever. The before we went out on Friday night.
The Piers?
Yeah. Okay. That Thursday, that week,
Thursday.
I took the day off. And Lucas and I, we tripped on shrooms and went walking around the city.
Tell me that part.
And we had the most funniest or craziest interaction with someone at some point. Where by this point, near like we're kind of like passing the peak of our trip, and fucking Lucas was taking pictures and stuff, and so we're around Washington Square Park, around NYU. And Lucas is taking a picture of something. He takes a picture and he's like, there's like something that looks like smudgy in my viewfinder. I don't know. Like, can you see this? And he's about to hand his camera over to me. And we just hear, yo, well, don't stop now. Come on, take a picture of me. And then we see some fucking dude just on his bike, on a city bike. And he's all posted up already. He's like, come on, take a picture of me. And Lucas
don't stop now.
And Lucas is like, oh, you want a picture?
Yeah.
And the guy's like, yeah, come on, take a picture of me. And he pulls up, he rolls his bike up off the curb and like parks it. And he comes over and he's like, look, I just want to tell you guys, like, today is my birthday.
Nice.
Today I turned 59. And then we were like, oh, congrats, man, happy birthday. And he's like, yeah, and like, listen, I can and he's like, listen, I can tell you guys have good intentions. I can tell that you guys are good people.
Nice.
You know, I just gotta tell you right now, I'm on the run for my parole officer right now. Yeah, he did. He said he's on the run from his parole officer.
Hey, get in this conversation.
What did he say?
Dude, this is what happened, bro. So Javi got the first part right? The smudge, right? And then he was like, don't stop now. So I'm like, I bet. So the first thing he says immediately, he's like, yo, honestly, like, that's real. Like, that, because we spoke to him, that we decided to interact with him, because everyone just ignores him. Because everyone, he was homeless, bro. Everyone who's homeless, we just ignore, bro. So, like, you gotta add that into the story, bro. Because it's meaningful, bro. That's what makes us human, bro. You know, just a little bit of tension, bro. Like, it's like sometimes, like, that's all we need, bro. And then it was his birthday too, bro. So, yeah. But then he said that he recently just got out of prison or jail or prison.
Yeah, and that he was on the run from his parole officer.
I don't think he said he was on the run.
He did say that, man. Because as soon as he said that, I was like, yo, what?
Nah, because I think he was just telling us that, like, I mean, I don't know, bro. All I know, he told me he just got out, bro, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, this nigga better not, like, do nothing to us, bro. Yeah, bro. I was lucky, like, scared, bro. I was like, you want a picture? I don't care, bro. As long as I live. But, like, yeah, no, he was a nice guy, though. He's from Queens too, so
Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was the most craziest interaction while we're tripping and everything. And
he's like, yeah, I have good intentions. I'm like, no, we're just high as fuck. But yeah, we got some good intentions.
Like, we just had no idea that was gonna happen.
That's awesome.
And he just drops that on us. And like, I was holding my phone, Lucas is holding his camera.
Yeah.
And like, when he said that, like, you know, he was out of jail or from
I killed a man,
or on the run from his parole officer. You
got a photo of him?
Yeah.
Is it a good photo? Oh, yeah. Okay.
But as soon as he said that, we both just gripped our devices. We were just like, uh-oh. Like, oh, man, what's happening here?
And yeah, I think you're being super calm, but in reality, you're like, oh my fucking God. You're like shaking and shit.
But then he also tries to sell us stuff because he's like, listen, like...
He was trying to get us to buy him cigarettes so he could sell it to somebody.
Oh, Lucas said that he was trying to get you guys to buy cigarettes for him so he could sell it. Is that what happened?
I lost him a little bit there, so it could be that.
Yeah.
But he did mention something of like, oh, do you guys need crack or anything like that? And we were just like, what the fuck? Like, so like, I feel like he was trying to sell us stuff.
Yeah.
And Lucas was like, oh, do you want me to buy you pizza? And he was like, no, that's not what I'm asking
I
for.
want crack.
So it's just like,
oh, cigarettes.
So it's just so that. And when Lucas said that, as soon as Lucas said that, I was like, come on, don't say that you're underage, as if that means anything.
He's like, I'm also a pedophile for underage people, particularly.
Because then as soon as he said he was underage, the guy was like, so what is that like? You. Well, no, he didn't directly say so.
I'm starting to think this man was a statue, and both of y'all didn't know what the fuck was happening.
He wasn't in that same attitude like, so what about it, but he was just kind of like
so cheery, so like, oh come on, come on, might as well, like,
he was just kind of like, oh come on, you tell me you've never done this before and whatever, and just like
speaking like a true convict.
So that was a crazy interaction.
Did you get his name?
Romdell.
Yo, heard here, police. Look for Romdell. Where was he? Let me stop.
What?
He was shirtless?
What the fuck? No, he was not.
Yeah, I don't believe you, that motherfucker. But Romdell's not real. What the hell?
No.
Was he black or white?
He was black.
Did he have a black t-shirt on?
No, bro. He didn't have a shirt on.
Wait.
Photo, bro.
Oh, we'll see in the photo.
The photo's gonna. You're gonna see a mirror. Both of y'all talking to yourselves. There's nobody. it's like one of you guys is round down. It all depends on this photo coming soon. It's There's a cop. That's mad.
I don't remember that guy being shirtless.
Who the fuck is Ramdell? That's fucking hilarious.
You thought he was wearing a shirt because he was dark too.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know. I remember him wearing a hoodie.
All you saw was eyes and teeth. Was it cold? Was it cold? It was cold, but he was shirtless, but he was there, but he was not there. Ramdell. I like that name, Ramdell. Something like Models. Let me finish this Midnight Climax shit. It's hilarious. So in 1970, so they shut it down. They were like, "Hey, shut this shit down," and that was in 1963. But in 1963, but in 1977, Senator Edward Kennedy oversaw congressional hearings investigating the effects of MK Ultra. Congress brought in a roster of ex-CIA employees for questioning, interrogating them about who oversaw these programs, how participants were identified, and if any of these programs have been continued. The hearings turned over a number of disturbing details, particularly about the 1953 suicide of Dr. Frank Olson, an Army scientist who jumped out of a hotel window several days after unwittingly consuming a drink spiked with LSD.
Damn.
And I have heard that, like, that's the one way these shrooms and LSD kill people. Aside from like taking way too much acid, like some people really think they can fly and they jump out windows and stuff. But he didn't know. No, I'm kidding. Okay. Amid growing criminalization of drug users, and just a few years after Nixon declared drug abuse as, quote, public enemy number one, end quote, the ironies of the U.S.'s troubling experimentation with drugs appeared in sharp relief. And lastly, but throughout the hearings, Congress kept hitting roadblocks. CIA staffers claimed they couldn't remember details about many of the human experimentation projects or even the number of people involved. The obvious next step would be to consult the records, but that presented a small problem. In 1973, amid mounting inquiries, the director of MK Ultra told workers, quote, it would be a good idea if MK Ultra files were destroyed, citing vague concerns about the privacy and, quote, embarrassment, end quote, of participants. The men who crafted MK Ultra effectively eradicated the paper record for one of the United States' most obviously illegal undertakings. A program born in secrecy would hold on to many secrets of it forever. So crazy.
Damn.
That's crazy, right?
Another secret.
There's a bunch of secrets.
Secret just being out in the world now. You heard it here first,
Fucking
folks.
imagine we mix LSD with China. It would be just this Operation Midnight concentration camps. It'd be just this whole crazy thing. I don't know if you saw that video. It's like a short video on like YouTube or TikTok or whatever. But it's a person who spiked the water at a party or a drink with LSD, and he videographed everybody at the party just tripping unknowingly. That should be illegal. That should be illegal.
I've seen something like that before,
like weddings and shit like that.
Where I watched a documentary on the Grateful Dead.
Shit.
And they showed in the documentary about how there was they once performed at the Playboy Mansion for a party once.
Nice.
And at the Playboy Mansion, they spiked the drinks with acid.
Oh shit.
And you could see in the video how, like, at first not everyone was really into the music.
Yeah.
Everyone was just kind of like,
oh, this is cool. This is fun.
just whatever.
My titties are out.
And then just later, you just see everyone just like,
yo, this is the best fucking music of my life.
Just like, holy shit.
This is so good. And it's a doorbell. Bing, bong. Oh my fucking God. This is so good. Bing, bong.
But it's so interesting. Like, I've always been I'm a strong advocate for psychedelics. Like, I've always said that, like, hey, you should always at least try it once. Like, at least try it once in your life.
Absolutely.
Like, you don't know what kind of experience that's gonna bring to you.
Yeah.
And I think everyone should try psychedelics at least once in their life.
It just, again, and I don't use them as much as you do. I think it's really only like a handful of times. And there's another thing with edibles. Do you know why edibles hit so much stronger than like smoking?
I think it's because it's like the way that you digest it, and
yes.
the fact that it hits your metabolism and things like that.
It's basically it contains 11 hydroxy. I can't read this. 11 hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol. And basically, the way it's consumed is basically digested in a different way. And which ways you would smoke weed, it doesn't go through your like liver or like digestive system or something like that. Look it up yourself, bitches. But I was thinking, and I was telling Beatrice, I was saying like a lot of people who've told me they've had like laced weed with edibles, like, and I'm not denying anybody. Like, if you had laced weed, like, and you know it for sure, like, I can't ever. But like some people, like that may have been it because you process weed through an edible way different than you do with smoking it. And I just think that's very interesting. Very interesting because I do a very funny story of Brian on my roof where this man threw up so much, and I'll wait till he's on the podcast. But this man threw up a roof's worth of throw, and I'm just there smoking a blunt like, yeah. I have a Snapchat on my phone. I'll show you when I find it. But it's like he's passed out on the chair. Like, long story short, like I'll tell the full story when it's here. But like he's passed out, right? So I'm on the phone. I'm taking a Snapchat for myself. Like I'm taking videos of myself to save for it. And I'm smoking a blunt. I'm like, yo, bro, what the fuck is up? Like I'm with Brian right here. I look at him. He's like, like laying down on the chair. And then it's like 20 minutes later. And he wakes up. He's like, after throwing up like crazy, like he filled up a plastic bag full of throw up. And he wakes up and he's like, all right, man, I'm good. I'm good, man. I'm like, you sure? He's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm like, you want to hit this? He's like, nah, I'm good. Don't worry about it. And so we're just kind of like, oh, let's just chill. Let's just, go back down in a second. He's like, all right, man. And then all you hear is, bro, this guy throws up fucking like a truck's load worth of vomit after already I'm like, bro, how much vomit do you have? I woke up the next morning, and because I had so much cleaning products from Starbucks, I went up in the morning, gloves, 2 cans of like the sanitizer spray. I sprayed my whole roof. I cleaned my whole roof full of throw up, bro. I had to hold a bag full of throw up that was just about to burst all the way down to the first floor. Oh my! I can't wait to tell that story. I can't wait to share the video. It's fucking hilarious, man. Oh my god. But you were saying I advocate for psychedelics too, just responsibly, and if you're a good state of mind, just that's the most important thing. Yeah, and don't lace nobody. I think that's the most important thing. Don't lace nobody. That's not cool.
Like I definitely understand. Like what I would say is that I feel like a lot of people sort of exaggerate what being on psychedelics is like. And I think it's actually not as scary as you might think. Yeah, that's what I got to tell people because. When Brian and I were having the conversation of like
psychedelics, acid,
and whatever, like he was just telling me that like, oh, like from what I've heard from the people that have told me that they say that like being outside could be overwhelming, and I was like, bruh, that sounds like pussy shit.
Yeah. Like, that sounds like anybody ever who doesn't want to be outside, like in general,
because it's like I feel like being on psychedelics, you want to be outside, you don't want to be indoors.
You want nature, you want people, you want like air hitting you. Everything feels so amazing when you're
so it's
and psychedelics inside is cool too. Like if you want to just look at some cool videos and trip,
there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just like to sort of like have this idea that being outside is too much. It's like, no, like you should be outside while you're tripping.
Everything's just so much more interesting, man. And I mean, I don't know. Again, I've never done acid. I'm soon one of these days, but for me, I gotta wait. But for like mushrooms, I very much like mushrooms a lot, and I'm sure there's similarities and stuff like that from what I've heard. And I think you told me this, but somebody else told me this before too. Is that like when you're doing mushrooms, you kind of don't have your hand on the wheel, and when you're doing acid, it's like you have your hand on the wheel. So it's very interesting to me. And again, but I advocate it no matter what. Like I don't care what experiences I've had. Like I always think it's a fun thing to do, and it's so funny, man. It's so cool, and it's just very interesting. And you can't really talk somebody into understanding. But for anybody talking negative on it, like don't ever let somebody's bad negative response on it ruin your possible fun experience with it, and that's what I'll say with that.
Yeah, I mean, people have bad trips. It happens, whatever. But don't let that affect you possibly having a good time.
One of the best times in your life, you know what I mean? And again, if you know that people can see the world through a different lens, why would you want to live this whole life without ever looking through that lens? Like, isn't that kind of, aren't you doing yourself dirty by denying yourself the opportunity to see the world through a different eye? You know what I mean? That's what I'll say, motherfuckers. And yeah, man. So so those are my first 2 stories. I really enjoyed them. Really fucking crazy shit. Shout out to the CIA. And China, go fuck yourself for that reason in particular. All right, so we're up to the Disney Fugitive. And
Disney Fugitive.
This is a super short story, but it's fucking hilarious, and I couldn't give it the chance to talk about this. If I had talked about the hemp, it would have been kind of fucking crazy. So, so I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna start off. The Fugitive is originally from New York City, right?
I don't know if we want to shout that out.
Well, true. The Fugitive, the Disney Fugitive, is from New York City, right? On November 29th, 2021, Quashon Burton was charged with allegedly stealing the identities of at least 4 people, as well as fraudulently obtaining $150,000 from COVID relief funds.
God damn.
Yeah, so fucking savage. All right, so yeah, he did a couple, and then another couple charges was conspiracy to steal government funds, theft of public money, property of records, and aggravated identity of theft. So at one point, there was a cop at Disney World, right? What's the cop's name? I'm trying to find out. Jeff Andre, right?
Jeff Andre. He's got 2 first names. Shaking my head.
Michael. So he's a federal officer with the United States Postal Inspection Service, and he happened to be on vacation with his family, maybe by himself, October 20th at the Florida theme park when he happened to see Quashon Burton. He was like, "That's Quashon," and Quashon was like, "Yeah, it's me, but don't tell nobody." He's like, "But I'm a federal investigator." He's like, "Oh fuck." So when he found out, he was like, "Yo, this is security," and they were like, "Huh?" And he told them.
Mickey pulled out his Glock. I was like, "Ho ho, you're not going anywhere, bitch."
Pew pew. But good thing Disney guns don't shoot bullets; they just shoot Mickey Mouse pancakes. I've been to Disney World once; it was nice. They contacted the Disney security. Contact them. I just can imagine them with their Disney ears. Just, we got a real problem here. And the Orange County Sheriff is like, "What is it? What is it?" So Disney World Security contacted Orange County Sheriff's Office, and they eventually approached Burton after he left the Orlando area theme park, where he gave them a false name and resisted arrest. He was arrested and transferred to federal custody, according to officials. Now, I didn't read the headline, and this is the headline. A fugitive was vacationing in Disney after nearly 1 year on the run when an off-duty officer spotted him. So he was living it up at Disney World for a year, being on the run. And then the Disney motherfucker was like, "Bitch, I know who you are." Which is crazy.
That is pretty wild.
That's crazy.
It's a small world.
After, I don't know, I'll go. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. So yeah, he went to federal custody. And then a judge in Florida was like, "Yo, Burton." They released him with conditions in detention hearing on October 27th. But then they overturned the decision, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for Southern District of New York appealed the decision, calling Burton an extreme risk of flight and citing the nature of his offenses, the evidence against him, as well as his characteristics. United States Attorney Damian Williams says perhaps the most concerning factor here is the defendant's persistent use of false identities and his demonstrated ability to evade law enforcement. And yeah, basically he's going to remain in custody pending trial in the Southern District of New York. And that's it. That's a short one. It's just, bro. Like, it was definitely like one of the shortest stories I've ever done, but it's just too funny to give up. When I read that, this is the first story I ever found. And I know I like the detention camps one and the Midnight Climax, but bro, this man was having the best time of his life when some officer had to fuck it up for him. And yeah, bro, it's crazy.
I knew Quashon back in middle school.
He was a cool motherfucker. He was a cool motherfucker, Quashon. Just Quashoning things up and everything. It is what it is, bro.
Damn, that sucks though.
Does it? A year in Disneyland, bro. He evaded the law in Disneyland, bro. He's probably wearing Mickey Mouse ears, having a blast.
I mean, he was just having the time of his life.
Yeah, man. And if he's by himself, it's a little creepy. But if he's with his kids or something. But damn, shout out to Quashon. He didn't do nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong, bro.
Free my man's Quashon.
Oh, crazy life. And yeah, that's
we gotta show up dressed up as a Mickey Mouse crew.
I'm gonna show up dressed up as Quashon, as him. He's my hero from here on out. And fuck that officer. Nah, he didn't do nothing. I mean, he only did some money stuff, I guess. You know, you think he's gonna go to jail? Like, what's that type of jail when you only do money crimes? is like blue collar crimes.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like Jordan Belfort and shit.
Yeah. I'm not sure actually. I wouldn't know.
Because he only frauded people. He only obtained. You heard about that guy who got like $2 million in the PPP funds or whatever for COVID?
Nah.
Bro, what? This is pretty. I should have probably brought this up alongside of it. Hold on. He got arrested recently. $2 million in rupees. COVID fund.
What is it, Zelda?
Hold on. Do you need this? Damn. What the fuck? 40. Damn. What the fuck? There's some guy. Why can't I? Yo, you can never find nothing in fucking this shit, man. Hold on. I got it.
I think you just suck at Googling,
You think
Frankie.
so, bro? I be Googling all the time, bro. All the time. Show on COVID thief. 22 mil. 1 mil. Let's put 1 mil. Yeah, somebody hit the jackpot.
Nice.
It's crazy,
Good
right?
for them.
I know, right? Anyway. No. I don't know what the fuck his name is. No, do I care?
I love how you turned away from your laptop like, no, I don't want to look at
I
it.
could care less.
No. Not worth my time.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to find out, and I really cannot find out, man. Fuck this motherfucker. But he basically stole mad money. When he was arrested, I think they found him with like 26 million in cash. Like that's how much money he had on him and everything.
Wow.
Crazy stuff.
I mean, he definitely had the money to be living it up.
They stole the money, but you're right. He was living it up. He's basically Quashon Brown. Is that his name? Quashon Brown or Olsen? I don't give a fuck. He's in Disneyland. But yeah, man, COVID.
Nice, man. That'd be so funny though if I was the officer. Like, I wonder if that guy got like a raise or something. Like,
Hey, Quashon he just have Mickey Mouse ears licking an ice cream. He's like, and the officer comes up to him.
It's like,
he just side eyes him.
Krishan.
He's like, no, I'm not. Yes, you are. So I have the pole. No, I'm not. I'm in Disney World. Not gonna do this right now, are you? And he's like, yeah, I'm 100% gonna do this right now.
It's like, no, like you are totally the person that we are out for.
Let me see if. You know what? I found out how to find this guy. You want to see?
How?
26 million in cash, arrested. Boom.
Frankie just shook his head in disappointment, folks.
Oh my god. The famous guy. God damn, bro. Maybe news.
Can't find it, Frankie.
No, man.
Give up.
I don't want
That's
to.
it. Bury it. Kill it.
Yeah.
Leave it to die.
Yeah, it's done. I can't find it. God damn it. But yeah, that was the 3 news stories of the week.
Whoop,
And
whoop.
all I gotta say to that is, you know what I mean? Hold on 1 second. All I gotta say to that
What you got to say to that?
is this. Oh fuck, is this.
Take a few steps back. You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers.
That's all I gotta say, bro. You don't got the answers, bro. You just don't.
It's all right, man. You do.
Google, G on the margin. Do it yourself. Halfway. A moment.
I love.
Ask me some crazy shit.
Yo, why are you like Kanye?
Do it yourself. Halfway.
My bad. I don't know.
I love how Sway in that video is like, yo,
He's
chill,
mad calm
bro.
too.
Come on.
And he's like, you ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got. And he's like, just chill. Oh my
Ridiculous.
god, man. Hold on, you gotta hear him say Sway had the answers though, because it's a full circle. Look at this.
Halfway. Take a few steps back.
So right now we're listening to him say you ain't got the
You
answers.
ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't
That's
got the answers, Sway.
2013.
You know what? I will go ahead and say Sway had the answer.
It's almost like him saying Houseway is like him saying it to himself in 2022. Anyway, that's enough of Kanye for one episode.
God damn.
Damn, bro, I'm happy we could push it up from YouTube onto it. Maybe. It's a big maybe. We gotta save this episode because if it takes us down, we're gonna put it right back up. We're just gonna voice it over or some shit. But yeah, bro.
We'll just recreate it.
You'll be sway. You seen that? Houseway. We don't gotta talk about that. Now I went to go sip my drink and I snuffled in hilarity and I blew my drink into oblivion. But now we're at the A.M.C section. Boom, 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 boom. What the hell? My shit just lagged OD. What the fuck is happening right now?
Oof.
What the
Must be
hell?
hard being Mac.
Yeah, honestly, what the fuck is this? This is so weird. But we're at the A.M.C section, and yeah, today we're talking about some comics. We
Talking about comics.
We
today.
talk about albums, movies, and comics, and we talked about a bunch of albums. What are some albums we covered?
Well, just recently we covered Thriller by Michael Jackson.
You may have heard of it.
Before that, we covered B by Hoax.
You may have heard of it.
Definitely haven't heard of that.
And then we did some movies. What movies have we covered?
Some movies. We covered American History X.
Something like that. Stirb comp type shit.
We've covered Green Room.
Something like that. Chop your hair, fucking handoff type of shit.
What's another movie you covered? We covered Lamb.
Lamb. Oh man, I was thinking about Lamb today. That's so crazy. I was thinking about Lamb today. That's such a strange movie. And what are some comics we've covered? We already said Department of Truth.
Department of Truth.
Great comic
We've covered
book.
American Splendor by Harvey Picard.
Yes, sir. Rest in peace. And yeah, man. What else? Batman.
We've
Court of
covered
Owls.
Batman, Court of Owls.
And which
Mr.
one?
Miracle.
Mr. Miracle, my favorite. That's still my favorite comic to this day.
And we are now finally looking at a new character that we haven't read yet.
Surprisingly. And who we talking about today, Javi?
It's pretty exciting. So we do have our repeat creator for the first time.
Oh yeah.
So if you guys remember when we covered Sex Criminals, the art by that was by Chip Zdarsky.
Yeah.
But now, at this point in time, by 2019, when this comic came out, Chip Zdarsky had become a writer.
Nice.
And he made his hand over to writing.
Yep.
And so he wrote the 6-issue miniseries with legendary artist Mark Bagley,
Ooh. My favorite superhero.
Spider-Man Life Story.
Let's fucking go. And shout out to Action City Comics, located on Manhattan Avenue off the G train, Nassau Avenue. I forget this guy's name. I feel so bad. He's so cool. But I went in there to go buy some comics, and he recommended this comic and All-Star Superman.
Nice.
And both have been just excellent reads. He told me to watch a video before I read this, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna fucking read this beforehand. And All-Star Superman was a long read. I enjoyed every second of it. I love every single page of this Spider-Man comic, and it wasn't no bias or nothing. It's just a great read, and it goes by so fast. Like you can read it in one sitting, really, because it's that good. And Spider-Man Life Story is a motherfucker. And we did have a different plan to cover this, but I didn't do my part halfway. But I think I did my first part very well. So explain the plan of action for today.
So we're switching up a little bit. We're deciding that we're going to maybe tackle these comic books a little differently for the AMC
For the sake of you listeners.
Yeah, we're not to not expand on 6-hour long episodes anymore.
Even though Batman, what was it? The Dark Knight Rises?
Dark Knight Returns.
Dark Knight Returns, it deserved every hour and every second. Because it might be tiring as fuck to do it, but that's a good fucking comic book. So if we're going to end it off like that, maybe I might do it again. We're not gonna, no promises. That deserved it as a motherfucker. Because
Yeah,
that was
and
good.
know, if you guys prefer that we go by the page by page, please let us know.
Let us know, man.
But what we're going to be doing moving forward is that we're going to do little summarizations of each issue, maybe shout out our favorite page,
Yes.
and just kind of go through the comic that way.
Yeah.
So hopefully get through it maybe a little quicker and maybe spend a little bit more time about how we feel about the whole issues.
And in particular, this is a very interesting, segmented comic book because it goes through decades. It goes from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s to the 10s.
Yep.
2010s. And Javi has everything ready. I only have the 60s done, but I think what'd be cool to do now is that we'll do your summary still, my summary too, which I think is good, the first one, from the 60s to the 70s. And when we get to the 80s and the 1000s, we'll just kind of do it how we used to. You know, we'll just talk about those specific, volumes, issues in the old school way. And then we'll just kind of integrate them and see how they work out.
Okay.
But yeah, without further ado, this is Spider-Man Life Story. And it's a fucking great story. And again, just to sum it up, it's basically the life story of Spider-Man going through the decades of, him getting his powers to basically the end. Yeah. And I've never reached a story where I've reached the end of Spider-Man, or nor have I ever seen an old Spider-Man. And so that's to come.
Yeah, and the whole idea, like Frankie said, it's the whole literal life story of Spider-Man. So it's in a world where they have aged, and not just Spider-Man, but everyone in the Marvel universe has aged since the creation of their characters.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Like every single aspect of the Spider-Man, like the crevices of the storyline, whether it be from Mary Jane to Harry Osborn, later on to like, you know, Mr. Fantastic, and just more and more Miles Morales, and it just gets crazier and crazier. So there's really an evolution of generational evolution, and I think it's very incredible and super fun. And yeah, man, without further ado, I'll start off with this summarization of the 60s, which is the first part of the series.
Well, I'll just say real quick, too.
Oh, yeah. Some facts. You got some facts for us?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that Mark Bagley, he is a legendary comic book artist. He's been drawing Spider-Man for many, many years.
If I may real quick, just because I forgot. And I wouldn't interrupt you if it wasn't important. The guy I mentioned, Carlos Pacheco. Yeah, he died. And I wanted to, you know what? I'll be honest, I don't know who the fuck that was, and I even asked you, and you weren't that familiar with who he was.
Yeah.
And so right now, because we don't want to be fake ass people, be like, oh yeah, I love that motherfucker because he was so cool, you know, like it's, you know, we don't know who he was, but let's read, you know, Wikipedia real quick, or IGN, whichever.
Yeah, I from what I was able to read up on him, he was a big inspiration for Spanish artists, because he's Spanish himself, and so one artist that I'm pretty fond of, Jorge Fornes, who I met at Comic-Con, he posted about Carlos Pacheco's death on Twitter and stuff, and a lot of other artists that I know of were sharing about his death on Twitter and things like that. So
right here, Marvel Comics posted a tribute to him saying, quote, "We mourn the loss of a dear part of the Marvel family, comic artist and writer Carlos Pacheco. His legacy of iconic designs and storytelling like Avengers Forever, Fantastic Four, X-Men and Excalibur, Captain America, and more will be remembered. Our thoughts are with his loved ones." And DC Comics says, Carlos Pacheco was a visionary artist whose contributions to the Superman, Green Lantern, and Justice League of America, what's JSA?
Justice Society of America.
Legacies will have a lasting impact of the industry. DC offers its sincere condolences to his family, friends, and fans, and many collaborators. And of course, there's much to go on about him, but I'll read just a description of him. He died on Thursday, November 9th, following a battle with neurodegenerative disease, ALS, which is what we mentioned actually with Michael Lair, diagnosed, which is really, really terrible disease. And if you could ever donate to that stuff, to this, you know, hopefully find a cure to it one day, because it's terrible. It's fucking disgustingly terrible.
Yeah.
He disclosed it in December, the diagnosis, and the Spanish-born artist leaves behind a lasting legacy in the world of comics, having worked in the industry since the early 1990s. So maybe one day we'll cover his comics. Of course we will. Of course we will. It's not even, you know, to just commemorate him, but I'm sure with his footprint in the industry of comic books, it's inevitable to come across his work and stuff. So rest in peace to him. Let's even do a little 30 seconds moment of silence.
Okay.
Let's do that. So rest in peace to that guy. You know, obviously I just getting into comics as compared to you, Javi, but like reading them lately and stuff like that, like as much as I have them, we're 39 episodes in or something like that. 30 episodes in. So, I mean, it's definitely a form of creativity that if it wasn't for this podcast, I would never have been as invested in as I am now. And you for sure have been invested in for so long. So, you know, like it's good to come. It's like, you know, it's important in general, you know, and you wanted to be a comic creator, that's like your family. You feel me? So
yeah, I mean, like I definitely kind of take inspiration about, even when I did quick research about him, of who he was after you shared about his death, because you know I always feel some representation when I see Spanish creators in my comics.
Definitely. Even me with anything, you know, it's one of those things where it matters.
So like it especially excites me sometimes when there are two artists. One of them works for Marvel, the other one works for DC, but they both have my name. They're both Javier.
Nice.
One of them is Javi Fernandez, who works for DC. He's done a lot of issues on Nightwing. And then the other Javi is Javier Garon, and he's done a lot of X-Men stuff recently.
Awesome.
But just like seeing stuff like that is just, you know, I can't help but feel inspired by it.
Yeah.
And so seeing about Carlos Pacheco, it gives me hope and it gives me inspiration of just like there is room for Spanish creators in the comic book industry.
People like that will open the doors for, you know, the future. Not just only Hispanics. Obviously, it's a big observation for Hispanics to make and see like, oh, he looks like me or his name sounds like mine, so I can do this too. But anybody that wants to ever, you know, creating in one lane and being successful within it will always open the doors for everyone. It just magnifies those who, you know, can be, you know, related to you in terms of, you know, blood and ancestry.
Yeah.
You know, so that's super crucial, especially like black creators to black children or Mexican creators to Mexican children or women, except Elizabeth Holmes, woman CEO to the young woman, you know what I mean? Which she just got denied appeal.
Nice.
She was our OG episode, honestly. But shout out to, you know, Carlos Pacheco, condolences to his family. And we do this A.M.C section in honor of you today. You know?
We do.
And I will lastly say that, you know, it's funny. The reason I found out about this is because of this guy named Sergio, who I went to go print out my resume, who works at a printing shop in Windiesburg, right across the street from Joe's Pizzas on the block. It's funny. His Instagram name is Sergio Gusella, spelled SergioGusella. I think he's Russian, but I'm not sure. His accent tells me that. But I see this post right here.
Yeah.
So he posted about this. And if you look, I'm showing Javi right now. You see all these drawings that I'm showing you? Mm-hmm. He does his own comic called Braveheart.
Okay.
Not Braveheart. Brave Luck. Sorry, Brave Luck. Sorry, Sergio. And if you go into that shop, look at this. You can scroll down if you want. I'm going to just talk to people real quick. If you scroll down if you go to his shop and print something out, you can get it for dumb cheap. But you will see behind them, if not seeing him already draw his stuff, about 10 or 20 of his hand-drawn, you know, artwork on the wall of his workspace. And he's a bald guy, just throwing out descriptions if you see him. And I just walked in. When I was printing my stuff, I was like, yo, these are amazing. Like, you drew these all yourself? He's like, yeah, man, this is my comic that I'm trying to draw and do. And he said that he wants to write a story, Brave Lock, written with, you know, like, you know, lettering, like, you know, wording and stuff like that, and another version without it. Because he feels like he should be able to tell the story with or without the words, that the visionary will tell itself. And when I saw that, I'm like, that's super fucking cool, man. And I just saw the ambition within him. Like, he's working at a print shop, and what better way to produce your comic than work at a print shop?
Yeah.
You know? So you're seeing his artwork now. What do you think of it?
It's pretty good.
It's impressive,
It's very detailed.
Super detailed. And if I'm not incorrect, to describe it is to create a whole scenery in one panel with like hundreds of people within one little photo. You know, and just so much going on and color, and it's really amazing. I even shouted you out talking about the podcast and stuff like that. He didn't seem to care that much, but he's a very interesting guy, and I told him that like one day you should go talk to my friend Javi, and yeah, man, if you ever want to collab with that guy or just, you know, meld with like mindsets, like it'd be cool because, you know, just even if you see his work, we'll put it up in Elementary and shout him out for sure because he's a very talented motherfucker. So, you know, check out Brave Lock. I don't know. It should be out. You can download it now. I have so much trouble finding it. But if you just DM him on the Instagram that I just shouted out, you can get a copy.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So now we get to Spider-Man, but I just want to shout out him because he's the one that pointed me out. He's the reason we're having this whole conversation about Carlos Pacheco. I'm sure you would have found that anyway, but you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, now onto the comic that we're actually talking about.
Spider-Man.
Spooderman.
Life story. All right, so I got this first summary for you. Again, we start off
wait.
in the 60s.
Can I read the opening credits?
Of course. Oh yeah, man. I wish I had my fucking book. Jesus Christ, I have no idea. I'm so scared that I lost it, man. If I did, I want to fucking punch Lucas in the face. Just kidding, Lucas. I love you. I would never. No, but I'm so afraid that I lost it. But I love this book, man. But I would just buy it again, to be honest with you.
So the opening credits reads, in 1962, a 15-year-old boy named Peter Parker was bitten by a radioactive spider and gained the proportional speed, strength, and agility of a spider, adhesive fingertips and toes, and the unique precognitive awareness of danger called spider sense. After the tragic death of his Uncle Ben, Peter understood that with great power, there must also come great responsibility. He became the crime-fighting superhero called Spider-Man.
Hell yeah. And one thing off the bat, man, the artwork for this comic is so amazing. It's so good.
What I was going to bring up before was that Mark Bagley, he's a legendary comic book artist, and he's worked many years drawing Spider-Man issues. So he's come back recently and drawing a lot more Spider-Man issues recently, which is really cool. But he's been drawing Spider-Man for years, and so it's incredible that he loves the character as much as he does and is continuing to draw him as much as he does.
Yeah, man, because this is so cool, man. Let me ask this, Lucas, have you read this?
I don't think he has.
You gotta read this, bro. Oh man, it's so cool, man. I just wanted to ask this because I know you be reading comics too, and that's so dope that both of you be reading comics. So again, it runs down the decades worth. There's some cool writing at the end of it too, but we get to the 60s, right? And I think I do it.
And the covers are amazing.
Oh, so good. And so it was like kind of simplistic, huh? We could. Want to? Let me write this. Let me share this. And I have so what I have here for a new format. I have a summarization, and then I have 2 pages that I want to read from.
Okay.
You know, and it's Captain America and Spider-Man. Spoiler alert. The issue begins in 1966, in the midst of the Vietnam War. Peter Parker is 4 years into his ventures as Spider-Man and wonders if at a time his country is at war, if he should unveil his abilities and follow in the footsteps of other superheroes. Heroes such as Captain America and Iron Man. Although Iron Man chooses to fight with and for the U.S., Captain America intends to ensure no lives are lost and assists the Vietnamese from being killed by the Americans. Throughout Spider-Man's contemplation, he runs into Captain America, fighting some crimes, and afterwards has a quick conversation with him. And you find the page real quick. I don't really know what page it is, but if you just scroll through it, it's when he's fighting crime. And at the beginning, Spider-Man says, "Man, that's what it's like to be beloved."
Yeah, take your time, I know what page that is.
Javi's finding it right now. So we're gonna read that conversation to continue from my summarization, and then I'll finish up the summarization. But take your time, and while Javi looks for it, enjoy my sip of beverage.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, you want to be Captain America or Spider-Man?
I'll be Cap.
Okay. So Spider-Man says, "Man, so that's what it's like to be beloved." After Captain America just finished fighting crime. Hey, Cap, wait up.
Thanks for the assist back there, Spider-Man. They didn't mean to run out on you. It's just...
Yeah, I noticed. The We Love Cap fan club looks pretty intense. I have similar problems.
It's not normally... People have been more insistent lately, asking about the war in Vietnam, where I stand, what I'm going to do.
What are you going to do?
I spent 2 decades on ice. To wake up from the end of one war and to find myself facing another war, a very different one, it's a lot to process. I don't know if this war is right. But I do know people are dying and our country's name and ideology are tied to it. I'm going to go. I need to see it for myself. I need to understand it beyond news reports and government briefings.
Then what do? I have power. Shouldn't I have a responsibility to go? I don't know.
Son, responsibility doesn't mean you're at the whims of the world. We all have our own journey. This is mine. You do good work here. I see that every day. Responsibility is about a lot of things. But first and foremost, it's about selflessness and sacrifice. And seeing you throw yourself into danger's way, it's clear. You understand both of those things. Let your heart guide you, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Cap. I'll see you soon. This all follows the arrest of Norman Osborn, aka the Green Goblin, father of Peter's fellow student and friend Harry Osborn. The Green Goblin threatened to blow up a farewell party for Peter's old bully, who's joined the U.S.'s fight in the war. If Peter didn't comply with him, Norman, at this party, Peter's old bully my bad. The Green Goblin threatened to blow up this farewell party for Peter's old bully, who's joined the U.S.'s fight in the war. If Peter didn't comply with him. At this party, Peter's old bully confessed that he wanted to join the war because Spider-Man is his hero. The issue ends with Norman Osborn getting arrested, Gwen Stacy finding out Spider-Man's identity, and much more to follow in the 70s.
Yeah, the The last page is pretty cool of the first issue where it's just where the last 2 pages where it just kind of jumps ahead to the Vietnam War in 67.
And you see Captain America fighting there, like with the shield, deflecting the bullets of the Americans, right?
Yeah, like some Americans about to mow down some like civilians, and Cap stops him, and
He says, "And you tell Iron Man, these people, they're under my protection." And he's unmasked.
He's unmasked. He's wearing camo pants.
And right before the Americans are about to shoot, he punches an American in the face, and they consider him a traitor. But Captain America, and you know what's kind of cool, man? I don't know when this comic came out. I could look it up. Do you know when it came out?
This one specifically, 2019.
2019. So like, did it come out before or after Civil War?
The movie?
Yeah,
after the movie.
after the movie, right? So I think it's pretty cool, man, because again, like my only perspective on like Marvel when it comes to like Captain America mostly is through the movies, because we haven't really read a Captain America comic book, which would be cool. Just saying.
I have one in mind.
Yeah, cool. And just kind of like seeing how there is this feud that's everlasting between Iron Man and Captain America, you know, like one side to the other. And it's always amazing, because this is a thought that I have the more I watch Marvel movies. I still have to watch Infinity War. I'm just waiting for the right spicy day.
Okay.
You know, TV, sound system, everything. Shout out to Jamal for giving me a fucking sound bar for Secret Santa in Flushing. Yeah, like when I used to work in Flushing, like we did Secret Santa, and everybody got each other some gifts. And I don't even know what the fuck I gifted for somebody, but he deadass pulls up with the sound bar, and he's like, "I know you like music." And I was like, it was used, but I was like, I don't give a fuck. I was like, thank you, bro. I was like, what the fuck? And to this day, I still have it. And when I would get high as fuck, when I was smoking OD weed for no reason, I would literally sit in front of the soundbar like less than a foot away, and I would listen to music, just staring at the soundbar while I would be high as fuck. And then I would play Overwatch. That was a good time. So shout out to Jamal. Like that's a motherfucker right there. Yeah, gift of music is the best gift of all. And shout out to Stevie Ray Vaughan, bro. His fucking music is so good. That's a different story though. But yeah, we're at the end of the issue where Captain America is defending the Vietnamese from the American soldiers, ultimately wanting nobody to get killed.
Yeah, I mean,
even though he does get some Americans shot in the head, in the body, with the deflection of the bullets from his shield.
Yeah, I mean, from the first issue overall, like the comic does such a good job of like establishing the lore of everything.
Yeah,
with like Norman Osborn being the Green Goblin and stuff, and how very early on Peter feels like that spider sense with him, and he's like, "Nah, this guy's like a threat, but I don't know why."
Yeah,
and seeing everything of Flash Thompson of like being the bully, but now he's kind of grown up, and Spider-Man is his favorite hero.
That's pretty crazy. That's a cool little twist. And it's basically Spider-Man 1, the Tobey Maguire movie, but with like a different twist for sure.
Yeah, it's the first issue is just such a great opening to the rest of the story.
Yeah.
But we get to the second issue.
Yes.
We reach the 70s. And I think this is my favorite cover out of all the covers. It's the cover is just an orange cover. Fucking Spider-Man hanging a Green Goblin disco ball. It's so fucking great. It's so beautiful. But and
to describe it, it's a disco ball. The rope that's hanging from the ceiling is cut in half, but Spider-Man is holding it upwards. One hand in the air holding the top side, bottom hand holding the bottom side, and engraved in the disco ball is the same faces, the goblin faces, like a jack-o'-lantern, as you will, as the bombs, as the Green Goblin's bombs. So it's I mean, I would really like to read the end of the comic, because the way he describes his process to figure out the right covers for this is pretty cool. Zdarsky wrote it, right?
Yeah.
So it was Matt. What was his name?
Mark Bagley. But Chip Zdarsky did the covers.
He did the covers. Okay, cool. Because all right, cool. Because I remember like reading about it, and it was because the reason I remember it was him, like the little faintness I've had, is because how he talked. It's so jokingly. And we gotta get back to Sex Criminals, man, because I have like the second to last. It's 5 issues, right? Or 4? What is it?
I forget how many.
Oh, but I have like the 4th one that I'm up to, but they're so good comic books. Like just talking about this reminds me that I need to go home and read those comic books, because I've read up to the 3rd one, the 4th one, but they're so hilarious. Check out Sex Criminals. So good. Okay, so we get to the 70s, 1977.
We're in the 70s. So my summarizations are not as, I didn't write out full summarizations.
Oh, okay,
I wrote notes. And then, and then I'm just gonna go off the cuff.
Nice. I think that's good. I think the how we do it is differently. I liked how I did the first one. I just fucked up with the next one. So it's a good trial run for a new setup.
But my notes, I got Rip Flash.
Facts. Literally off the bat. And not Flash. This is the bully. The bully that loves Spider-Man that went to war. He dead. Only 30 years old.
Yeah, so I got Rip Flash. I got Cap as a punk. I got cool seeing Peter, Reed, and Otto working together.
Nice.
I got Miles Warren as sus.
Super sus.
And I knew who Miles Warren was before reading this, but I just thought the comic did a good job of like well, I would say introducing because like even for new readers who might not know who Miles Warren is, I think the comic does a good job of like telling you, hey, this is a bad guy.
You know what? You know what's cool? And that's why the guy at the Action City Comics, I'm so sorry I don't know your name. If you are somehow listening right now, I'm sorry, don't hate me. But he told me, he said you should 100% watch this because it says the entire history of Spider-Man in 70 minutes. And it's a video. That's literally what it's called on YouTube. And it's by Alex Lennon. And he said, make sure to watch this before you read the comic book. But I felt like he was like kind of being like, you don't know shit, bro. So we did. And I was like, I know shit, bro. Like, so I will watch it in the future. But when I see the Warren thing, I was like, oh, like he seems like a cool guy, Professor Warren, who's working with Gwen Stacy, Peter Parker's wife and everything. But then I was like, he's a little creepy though. Yeah. Especially when he's like, you're the best thing that's ever happened to him. And it's like, what? What the fuck, bro?
But
creepy.
Yeah, so I thought the comic did a good job of for new readers introducing that like Miles Warren is a little sus. I got damn MJ when Peter goes to the club and she fucking spills the beans of like, I know.
Yo, MJ looks good as fuck in this comic. I'm just gonna straight up say it. I wasn't going to, but she looks good as fuck, bro. Like Gwen Stacy, she could do a little better. But I know she's cartoon right, but goddamn, she look fucking. Hold on, wait. And that's what it's like to chew high noon. Yeah, she looked good. Anyway, yeah, she was like, Peter, you don't do shit. All you do is like, keep yourself on a high bar, right? Look at, I know you're so smart. Da, 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 da. And she's dating Harry Osborn at the time. Oh. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this. I did forget to mention this. In the 60s, he and Green Goblin ended up getting arrested. I didn't mention he got arrested, but he knew that Spider-Man's true identity was Peter Parker.
Yeah.
But only when he came about as the Green Goblin. Right. And so Harry Osborn is very salty about being, Peter putting his father in jail, exposing this issue. Right.
Harry doesn't know yet.
Yeah. Not after the MJ situation right here. Looking mad good. Let me stop.
But yeah, then I got dang Reed, and that's when Reed Richards slaps the shit out of Peter after
he does slap the shit out of Peter.
Those are the pages I would like to read for this issue.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Because I really like that conversation because we see in this issue that Peter is working for Reed Richards.
Yes, fantastic, Mr. Fantastic for those who don't know, right?
Yeah,
Mr. Reed Richards.
And so we see in the beginning of the issue that Reed and Peter are having ethical debates.
Yes.
And Otto is working with them. Otto Octavius, Doc Ock, is working with them, and he kind of like butts in. He's like, oh, you guys, if you're ethical debates all the time.
Yeah.
But after the whole club scene, we find Peter a little annoyed with everything that just happened.
In the laboratory.
And he's at work with Reed.
Yeah.
And I'll be Peter, you'll be Reed this time.
All right, cool. All right.
So Peter says, I don't really sleep. I tell myself it's because I'm worried about MJ telling Harry, but it's really because her words hurt, that she may be right. Should I have gone to Nam? Am I just spinning my wheels swinging around New York arresting purse snatchers?
You're in early, Peter.
Couldn't sleep.
Ah, yes. You went to that stupid 54 last night, right?
Studio.
Oh. Oops. Let me zoom in. I can't zoom in, bro. What the hell? All right, I got you right now. I got you. My vision is going away. All right, let's do this again. Couldn't sleep. Say it.
Couldn't sleep.
Yes. You went to that Studio 54 last night, right? A fascinating study in human behavior.
Reed, your clothing, the clothes you made for you and the rest of the Fantastic Four, adaptable to flame, stretches with you, doesn't get dirty.
Yes, the unstable molecules. What about them?
We work on projects, helpful ones, sure, but you've invented virtually indestructible clothing. Why haven't you made that public? You could change the world.
I know where you're going with this, Peter, and believe me, I've given it a lot of thought. The textile industry is worth, well, trillions of dollars. Every person on the planet utilizes it. Tens of millions of people's livelihoods depend on the industry. The introduction of this technology would create a global upheaval. It wouldn't be responsible.
And I really like that line because Chip Zdarsky is very smart in using the word responsible.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow, it's like a call. Wow, like, I'm not even fucking about that's fucking crazy. That's why I like reading the show with you, because it really does matter very much, because it's, in a sense, that's Peter's whole thing. And Peter's like, what the fuck did you say to me, bro? Like, you gonna talk about responsibility? Because then he responds with this.
He says, why do you always act like you're from some other planet? Like you can't interfere with humans. These are our people, Reed. We're human.
But Peter, I'm not. And neither is Giant Man or Iron Man or any other superhero with man in their name. Like they're trying to convince the world they're still just like them. Things have changed. The wellspring of powers, the growth of mutants. We need to be careful, or we'll end up ruining the world, creating a massive level of inequality.
God, listen to yourself. You're so not human that even your wife left you for a man who lives under the sea.
And then slap! It just slaps the boy. He said, what did the five fingers say to the face? Slap, bro. He slaps the shit out of him. It's so funny, bro. He slaps the living out, and Peter's like, oh.
And Peter just thinks to himself, my spider sense warns me in time, but I let the slap land. It's the least I can do.
Slap the shit out of him. But he did get low with that. He did come at his wife. Like his wife. But that, yo, bro, it's so funny. There's a meme that looks exactly like that. Don't you remember? There's a meme after somebody getting slapped where it's like, psh, Batman slaps Robin, right?
The sticker right there. Yeah. That sticker right there.
There has to be some sort of relevance to that. There has to be. Bro, he slapped the shit. God damn.
But
yes.
Another.
You went to that stupid 54 last night. What's up?
But another like point of like Marvel history that gets thrown here is when he mentions that even your wife left you for a man who lives under the sea.
Aquaman.
No.
Oh.
Namor.
The football player? The soccer player? No. I'm kidding.
Namor is the Aquaman of the Marvel Universe.
Oh, I forgot DC is. Oops.
Yeah. So
my bad, Pachenko.
So that so he's referring to Namor when he says that.
That's so cool to know, man.
That's something that happened in Marvel history when Sue left Reed for Namor and stuff like that.
Oh, man.
There's a whole complicated relationship with that and stuff.
Man, she's like blah, 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 underwater. This is going on.
I mean, she can just make a bubble over her head.
But can you make a bubble over that? Oh. You know what's funny? I think reading this, I'm gonna find out that the video I'm gonna watch is literally you. Like, you know, like I'm gonna watch the video later and be like, everything that I'm learning right now is what Hab's gonna tell me. Which is cool, man. I gotta research like no other.
But what other notes I have? So those are my two favorite pages because I really like that conversation between the two of them.
And it is pretty crucial dialogue because aside from using the word responsibility, it is true. It's kind of similar to what you said earlier with what's his name when he says if everybody were to be super, then everybody would, you know, what is it?
Then if everyone's super, then no one is.
No one is, yeah. And then talking about like the textile industry where like, yeah, like it's kind of selfish of him to not, you know, induce this, you know, ability to create clothes for everybody to some extent, but you know, it does ruin a lot for a lot of people, but who's wrong in this? You know, like, what do you think? Who's wrong in this conversation of should he provide the world with these type of clothes or is Peter wrong and should he not? Or vice versa, my bad.
I mean, it's definitely an ethical debate for sure.
That's awesome. I love when books do that, man.
It's such an interesting thing where it's like, when he mentions the fact that it would create a massive level of inequality. I think of what's happening in the comics right now with the X-Men and how they've created their own island and have like basically created their own government, and now how they're a nation of the planet. And they created a miracle drug that basically heals people and stuff. Like it can cure cancer and things like that and all this shit. And they basically introduced this miracle drug in a sense to be like, listen, this is what we're providing to the world. All we ask in return is for you guys to take us serious and to respect us as a nation. Yeah. And there's the constant debate throughout those comics of like, but is that even ethical? Yeah. Is it ethical for the X-Men, for these mutants to basically hold the key to life? Because they also learned how to rebirth themselves after death.
And it's kind of this contradiction where you want the respect of everybody, but you're kind of holding them hostage to it. Like, it's respect. Like, respect is earned. You don't buy respect, and in that sense, you're kind of purchasing respect.
And so I think that definitely speaks to this, where it's like, it's interesting. Like how would you make this ethical? Where it's like you're making this clothing for everyone. But what does that mean for Reed? Does that make him a god at that point? Does that make him a higher being?
And at what point is one company going to be like, hey, I know you're doing this for everybody, but let us put our Nike check on it and let us sponsor it. We'll pay you a lot of money, but we don't want everybody wearing this because if we give it to a third world country, like it might end up in the hands of criminals, right? So let's do it through a government and it just gets all like disgusting, and it's weird, man. It's weird.
But those are my two favorite pages. The rest of my notes for this issue goes clones.
Yeah, that's crazy. And
this was a big thing that happened in comics for Spider-Man, the whole clone conspiracy and the whole clone saga. It was a very big thing that happened in the 70s. It's kind of hated. It like people did not like this happening at the time. Like people hated the fact that clones were getting involved with Spider-Man and Ben Reilly and all this stuff.
Do you think because it's kind of like a cheesy way to expand the story, or was it because it kind of doesn't really make sense? Like it's not doable? Because obviously Spider-Man isn't doable, but you know what I'm trying to say? Like what was the controversy part?
I believe people were just kind of upset of like that there's two Peter Parkers of you couldn't just make a new hero. You had to copy Peter Parker, like literally copy him.
Paste.
Yeah, so I think that's mostly where the controversy came from. I can't be too entirely sure because I wasn't alive.
But we end up with these 3 clones of the Professor Warren who was working with Gwen Stacy, and then shit gets really fucking weird.
Yeah, so like I know Miles Warren from more recent comics because
so you kind of saw this coming.
Yeah, because Dan Slott had an amazing run on Spider-Man, who wrote Spider-Man for a very long time. Doesn't write him anymore. Yeah. But when he was writing Spider-Man, he introduced this arc called the Clone Conspiracy or the Clone Saga.
Gotcha.
Where he kind of harkened back to the clone stuff, where it was really cool actually, where he kind of reintroduced Miles Warren into a sort of a modern Marvel universe, and Ben Reilly was very much involved in all this stuff. Miles Warren villain name is called the Jackal.
Okay.
And it was this big plot twist at some point where it's like fucking you think the Jackal is behind all these clones at some point, but then you learn that it's actually Ben Reilly who's the Jackal, who took on the mantle of the Jackal and all this shit. It's crazy. But so I knew who Miles Warren was.
You know what he was up to.
So what like that's why I said that I think this issue did a good job for new readers of introducing that.
Oh shit. Let me take a piss while you think about that. But you can hold that thought.
Yeah, Miles Warren up to no good.
Believe it. Hold on, did I turn my volume down? Nice. Okay. It's still recording?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, Miles Warren was up to no good. I knew it from the get-go. So that's why I said that I think the issue did a good job of introducing him as like someone who's pretty sus. You shouldn't really trust him.
I didn't know he was the main character. I thought he was just some like side character, to be honest with you. So that's for me to show that, like, you know, I don't know Spider-Man so much, but I know like things of the movies and like Carnage and stuff like that. But with this, I was like, what the hell's happening? Like, you know, so when I saw the clone twist, I will say this: when I saw the clone twist, I was like, what the fuck? Like clones and Spider-Man? Like that's unheard of for me. So when I saw this, I was like, this is so strange. It's such a, was it a left turn or some shit like that?
Yeah. But we see Harry Osborn pull up as like some sort of like black version of the Green Goblin. And he kind of like interferes with everything. And then when they find that Miles Warren is creating these clones, that's when Harry pulls off the mask and he's like, this is crazy. Like my dad told me that you were making a clone for him, but he didn't say that you were making a clone of Peter and Gwen.
Yeah.
And it turns into this whole mess. And Harry and Peter fight for a bit. And Harry decides he's going to blow up the clones. But then Peter Gwen makes Peter go back to save the clones. And he does.
Because she's like, oh, those are human lives as well, technically speaking. And Peter's like, all right, bitch. If you say so.
He comes back with Peter, with the other Peter, because Norman spider abilities and stuff like that. So he was able to survive the explosion. Oh my God.
He's like, fuck clones. You may have a good haircut and all, man, but chill out, lonk.
But and we see that after Peter saves the other Peter, that's when it gets revealed that the original Gwen was actually in the vats.
Yeah.
And that the Gwen that we know at the moment was the clone.
Yeah.
So Peter goes back, tries to save the real Gwen, but she's long gone. And the issue just kind of ends with Ben Reilly and Gwen Stacy, the clones of them, just leaving together, living a life on their own.
Yeah.
And they just leave. And Peter's all upset. He gets all pissy with MJ and stuff. And the issue just ends with Peter in MJ's arms. And he's
like, they get to go back to normal. What about me?
Yeah.
Like, what do I get? And it's just like, that ass.
Honestly, this whole story is just like, everybody hates Peter.
Yeah. It's like, fuck you, Peter. We're going to move on without you. And he's like, what about me? He's like, no, you're Spider-Man. You good. And I mean, it is sad though, because it really is like that twist in itself. When it was like the original Gwen Stacy was in the clone, being in the vat, and the clone of her was out in the real world, and the fact that Warren wanted her to himself and everything, it's just fucking weird, man. It's fucking weird. But then we get to the 80s. And Peter Parker fucked shit on Mary Jane. She has a baby. And basically, I'll run through it. And I'll ask you a couple of questions along the way, because I am confused about a couple of parts.
Okay.
Which halted my like summary writing process today. But Mary Jane is having a baby, and she's there with Aunt May, but Peter is gone, and they're saying like he's been gone for so long, and Peter let her have a tracking device, but she can't really read where he is, so she's wondering while she's in labor. And then we get this splash page of them fighting. It's a beautiful splash page, by the way. My only question is this: it's in 1984. Who's fighting who? Are they fighting in the war still, or they're not fighting the war anymore? Right? They're fighting themselves, like mutants against mutants. That's my only question. I forgot because I read the whole thing, but revisiting it.
So this is Secret Wars.
Secret Wars. There we go. Okay, so what is this? So who's fighting who though?
So this was in the captions that Spider-Man has for this on the splash page, he says, 1,000,000 miles from home on a place called Battle World, fighting for the entertainment of a god named the Beyonder. And
it's insanity.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Secret Wars was back in the day. This god named the Beyonder created this place called Battle World to basically put up all of the Marvel champions against themselves.
Okay, there we go. Because I knew they were fighting themselves. I just forgot what was the separation. And I kept thinking of Iron Man versus Captain America because of Civil War. But this is because of this. This is a Secret War battle right here. Okay. So that's the only thing that I need to know. But it's a beautiful splash page. I don't want to undermine that. It's so gorgeous. Like you see Mr. Fantastic, you see Wolverine, you see She-Hulk, you see the Hulk, you see Thor,
Kang.
I don't know that. Okay, who's the guy in Deadpool that's made of metal? The guy in the middle right there, right in the straight middle. next to Hulk's back.
Fuck, what's his name?
But he's the guy who's mad friendly, mad civil in Deadpool. But you keep thinking
Colossus.
Colossus, you see the Thing, you see Captain America, you see this guy on the bottom right that I forget his name. But you see so many fucking superheroes. It's Doc Ock, and it's such a cool splash page. So essentially, we get to he's still talking to Mr. Reed, right? And they're talking about, you know, aging and all that stuff. You can see Mr. Reed is more white haired. Peter is a little more aged, and he's talking with Thor and the Hulk. And the idea is basically to come up with the suit with this machine that Mr. Reed built that you can talk into and just imagine what you want.
Well, Reed didn't build it.
Who is this?
The machine was just in there.
It was just there, but Reed didn't build it. He's just like assisting he's in the lab with them, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so Reed didn't build it, but the idea of the machine is that Hulk says, you can just go over there, think about what you want, and it makes it for you. And so what sprouts from that is the costume of Venom, the black Spider-Man costume. Mm-hmm. Right? And so he puts it on and he feels good, he feels great, but he also feels this, you know, weirdness. He just says, something's off. Maybe it's just swinging through the city again in a new costume, which still feels strange. Some sort of alien reactive material that responds to my thoughts. And so he heads back and he sees Mary Jane. And Mary Jane's like, yeah, what the fuck is up? I had some twins. And he's like, oh shit. And
I just thought it was a nice little touch, like when he does get home, and she's like, "Oh, who the fuck are you?" Mm-hmm. Because he pulls up in the black suit, so
it's not you.
Yeah.
He's using some other motherfucker, but it's fucking Peter Parker. And if you could explain this, because I don't want to do this page injustice. The page with the rocket and this guy from Civil War again. I forget his name.
Vision.
Yes. So can you explain these next two pages? I'll describe it in terms of the physical. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Yeah, so I wanted to do these couple pages justice. So what are they? Like, it's Vision stopping a nuclear bomb from, I forget from where, so I gotta see real quick.
So the Russians shoot a missile over at America and Vision, and I'm actually unfamiliar with who the other character is.
Some white lady.
And basically Vision is able to push the missile away from Manhattan, but instead it crashes just outside of Allentown, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. And Peter says Vision became intangible upon impact, so he was unharmed, but he witnessed it all. From the center of the nuclear hurricane, people, homes, nature itself wiped away. Mm-hmm. He's still intangible. No one knows if it was caused by the explosion or the horror. And in that same panel, you see Peter walking up behind Vision. He tries to put his hand through Vision, and it just goes through him.
Yeah. And explain to me this, because I only know Vision through the movie and this right here. But who is he? Who is it? Because if you watch Civil War and if you haven't, it's that guy who's all red with the diamond in his front forehead.
Well, he was introduced in Age of Ultron.
Age of Ultron. That's what I was referring to. Who is he though? Like, where did he come from? Like, in general, comic book wise.
Well, in the comics, he's the son of Ultron.
The one that's created through Iron Man and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, in the comics, Ultron is created by Tony and Hank Pym.
Because Jarvis, I think, of a movie, you know what I mean?
Jarvis has just always been an AI.
Okay, cool.
Well, that's not true. He used to be an actual butler back at Avengers mentioned back in the comics. And then he got turned into an AI.
He died.
I think so, I guess.
Oh, shit, okay.
But actually, I don't know if Vision is the son of Ultron. I know that Ultron has children. I don't know if Vision is one of them.
But he sprouted from Ultron.
Yeah, he's sprouted from Ultron. I don't know exactly who created Vision, but he's another cyborg, another android in the Marvel universe, similar to Ultron.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. And then from then on out, like, you just see here that Reed Richards and Peter Parker have this concern about the suit, you know, what it does to him. They know that it's a symbiote. And he says, Reed Richards says, it's a symbiote attaching itself to you both mentally and physically. And Peter hears this, but he doesn't really want to acknowledge it. And we move forward to going back to, you know, Peter Parker's house. And Aunt May went to, like, you know, she strolled around with the two kids. And Mary Jane was a little worried, but the cops found her. And you can see Aunt May is not mentally there anymore, you know? And it goes forward, and then there's some word around the town that Black Spider-Man is committing some crimes. And Peter Parker's like, what the fuck? Like, how is he committing some crimes if I'm here? So he goes to see, and he sees somebody in the suit. But the funny thing is that the Black Spider-Man is using a gun. So they get into a brawl. Beautiful artwork, by the way. Like, it's fucking immense artwork. And this is where I also get confused, because I know this guy is, what's he called?
Kraven the Hunter.
Kraven the Hunter. And again, you need some context for this, but ultimately, he's trying to kill Spider-Man because he has so much power that, what is it? Why is he trying to kill Spider-Man is what I'm trying to ask.
Let's see if I remember correctly. He questions about how Peter has gotten older. He says, I'm dying cancer, and yet still I'm stronger than you. You are a weak spider, growing weaker. To see this happen, to see you barely exist anymore, it is heartbreaking. You were once beautiful. You were once a warrior. And so you deserve a warrior's exit.
Yeah.
So he's just going on his last hunt. And so this is reminiscent, because we're looking at the 80s. This is reminiscent of Kraven's Last Hunt. Craven's Last Hunt. I don't know if it was written in the 80s. Can you search that up for me?
Yeah, sure.
Craven's Last Hunt.
Yeah.
But Craven's Last Hunt is considered one of the best Spider-Man stories. And it's a story where Kraven actually beats Spider-Man.
No way.
And
came out. Well, it says originally published 2004.
2004.
Yeah. It says author J.M. DeMatteis and illustrator Mike Zack.
Okay. So I'm definitely off there with that, but
oh no, I'm lying to you. That was a different thing. 1987.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. So I
yeah.
was right.
Yeah.
All right. So Kraven's Last Hunt was
Kraven
a thing
the
from the
Hunter
80s.
But it was J.M. Matteis and Mike Zack. I think that was just another collection that was
like a reprint or something like that.
But you were right. Yeah, 1987. This is dope. I never knew that shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's just a story where Kraven actually wins and where Peter actually dies. And so they recreate the image in this issue when Peter pulls up from the grave. They recreate that image from the comic itself.
Wow.
So
that's actually from the original comic there.
Yeah.
That's badass.
Also, an Easter egg on that page when Peter gets out of the coffin and stuff. If you look at the other tombstones, you see Bagley, Zardsky, and Dell.
Oh, Zardsky is the motherfucker that wrote this.
Yeah, and Bagley is Mark Bagley, the artist, and Dell is, I believe, one of the letterers, if I remember correctly. But yeah,
that's dope as fuck. And then before that, we see that Mary Jane goes down to like Peter's little lab, and he sees that the Venom symbiote is breaking out of what it was contained in. And it's like, I'm out of here, motherfucker. And it goes into the grave that, reaches out to Spider-Man. And then we get to Spider-Man breaking out in a dope-ass motherfucking issue. And you see, what's his name? Craven. He's like terrorizing people, young people. And it's like, what the fuck? And Spider-Man comes back and they fight. And we could read this if you want. Right here where he's holding him by his chest. No, actually, hold on.
You tell me.
It's not much to read, actually. He's basically holding Craven.
With a V.
V. He's holding Craven, and Craven's saying, look at you. You've done it. Become what you needed to. You're so beautiful. And Peter's like, no. And Mary Jane is watching the whole thing, and essentially he's trying to, he says, MJ's holding the gun that's supposed to diminish the powers of the symbiote, right?
Yeah, it's like a sonic blaster.
And she's pointing it at Peter, and Peter's saying, I love you, please, please. And she shoots it at Peter. And Peter is rid of the symbiote, is naked as fuck. He says, MJ, I'm sorry, after being rid of the Venom powers. And at that point, MJ leaves Peter with the two children because of what his lifestyle is.
Yeah, and he's just left with fucking Aunt May to take care of her. And then the fucking final page is just of Kraven. And he's all naked in the nude.
And he says, he is the hunter. Now I am the... What is it?
He is the hunter now. I am done, mother. The cancer is... Look, with me one last time. Golden light. So beautiful. But I cannot hunt the sun.
And he tries to kill himself. He points the gun to his head. And the symbiote says, chill the fuck out.
He's like, the symbiote's like, I got a better idea.
How about you don't do that, motherfucker? And now we get to the 90s. See, that's why I was having so much trouble writing the summary for this, because there was so much backstory to these motherfuckers. I was trying to describe it, but I was like, what is happening, though? Like, I was like, I don't know what the fuck is happening here. And yeah, but now we're up to 1995.
I like the cover to the 90s because like if you look at it, Spider-Man is like a bit chunky.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And actually, even the you know what I like, the symbol behind his back is more OG, because usually it's the cliche one from the movies. Not cliche, I would say the movie one, where it's more like, it's not this one, right? It's like a different one. It's like this one here is like a fatter, bigger spider with like the emphasis on the body with little legs. And in the movies, it's always like a small body, big legs.
I can't even picture it. I know for Andrew Garfield it's like that, but I can't picture it for Toby or Tom Holland right now.
Let me see. Let me try to show you. Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'm curious with this cover if like him looking at his reflection is like him like reminiscing on like when he was like more in shape or whatever, or like younger and stuff like that.
See, look at see the spider? How the spider is like more skinny in the body and big legs outwards. And even I'm pretty sure with Tom Holland it's the same thing.
I thought you meant on their back.
I didn't even think it was on their back to begin with. But in general,
it's on his back here, so I thought that you meant.
Oh, Tom Holland is actually, it is there. It's just very small.
Yeah.
Look at this motherfucker. Good old Google. Well, that was a big thing to me.
But we hit the 90s. These are the notes I got for you.
What's up, bro?
I got less notes for this one.
All right.
But I got 90s. Rip Aunt May.
Yeah, she did.
I got Doc Ock old.
Mm-hmm. Jessica Jones is in this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Her show sucked on Marvel.
I actually liked her show.
I didn't like her show at all.
But my next note is, I see you, Peter and Jessica, with the winking and emoji.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
And then my next note is, dang clones. My next note is, Rip Harry. My next note, Peter isn't the clone. My next note, dang Norman.
Yeah.
And lastly, Rip Norman.
Facts. And even with Tony Stark in the beginning, he's trying to basically collaborate with Peter Parker, right? And try to bring Stark Industries to work with Peter. What is it? Parker Industries?
Yeah, Parker Industries.
And Parker Industries, Peter Parker himself saying that you use your weapons to kill people overseas and stuff like that. And we don't do that on this side, right?
Yeah.
And Tony Stark is like, come on, man. He's like, nah. And so that moves on. And him and Jessica Jones, Jessica's trying to clap cheeks. And Peter's looking at the picture of him and his old children and Mary Jane. He's like, nah, not today, ho. But then Doc Ock is moving on to destroying the city. And Doc Ock and his aunt had a relationship beforehand. Right?
Yeah, they were a thing.
They were clapping cheeks, and she was the one that kind of tamed his mindset. But at this point, after her death, he kind of goes back to just destroying the world and fighting Peter Parker. And
I'll just say, pretty random, but on this page here, when Peter is just saving this woman, I just thought it's such an interesting choice to just make her, I guess, like
in a hijab.
Yeah, with the hijab and stuff.
True. I mean, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Speaking of China, no, but really it is good, and it shows the diversity of just modern comic books and stuff like that, and yeah, like it's a good little outlier until it isn't, because if it's included in enough artwork, it's made to be the norm of
Yeah, because it's not often that you see people drawn in hijabs and stuff in your comics,
unless the emphasis is to represent that they're Muslim. But this here is a casual civilian who so happens to be saved by Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. No, it's a good touch. And then Norman Osborn eventually catches Peter Parker, right? And the clone of him.
Doc Ock catches
Doc Ock.
Peter and his clone, Ben Reilly. Also, I've been meaning to bring it up, but something that Mark Bagley does with his panel composition, which I think is really crucial, is that in panels that I would imagine he finds very important, he highlights them in a red border.
I see that right now.
So you'll see it throughout the entire comic where there are certain panels that are highlighted in a red border that are smaller than other panels.
There's no structure really. It's kind of a mess of of everything. It's kind of like a disarray of situation, and it is, because it's Peter Parker, it's his clone, it's Doc Ock. And eventually, who gets stabbed?
Harry,
Harry,
gets
right?
stabbed.
Harry tries to go help.
Yeah, because pretty much they find out that Peter Parker is actually the clone.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, holy shit, so Ben Reilly has been like the
Real
the
Peter Parker the whole time.
the whole time.
And if you heard that incorrectly, when they find out that Gwen, the one in the vat, was the real one, and she got killed, her clone went off with the supposed clone of Peter Parker.
Yeah.
But the supposed clone of Peter Parker was the real Peter Parker who went on to go live a, quote, normal life, while the clone Peter Parker stayed enduring all the reality of the real Peter Parker.
Yeah.
If you don't think that's a mind fuck, and if that confused you, rewind 50 seconds and live with, I think I said it pretty correctly, right? That's exactly what happened. But that shit confusing as fuck. So just straight up, yeah, that's what happened.
But yeah, fucking Ben spazzes out and he's like, yo, you stole my life, guy.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to give you back your life. So here you go. And so now the real Peter Parker is told, hey, no. The clone of Peter Parker was living the real life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, go live your real life. Real Peter Parker. And he gives him a file about what he's been living the whole time. And the clone is like, so I have to go back. Wait, now I'm confused. I'm confused now.
Usernames. The original clone was Ben.
The original clone is Ben. And Peter Parker is Peter Parker.
Yeah.
And so Peter Parker was living the fake life. And now he's coming back to the real life. So Peter Parker's going back to being Peter Parker. And Ben's going back to the clone life. Which was with the fake Gwen Stacy. So now truly the fakes are with the fakes. The real Gwen Stacy's dead and Peter Parker's living his own life. Right? There we go. So Ben gives him a file saying this is what happened since you were gone. And he's like, bet. But he still gives the clone his mask. He's like, if you need it at one point.
Yeah, and that mask is the Scarlet Spider mask because in the comics, Ben Reilly, he becomes the Scarlet Spider at some point.
Shit.
So that's the mask that he uses. So that's a nod to the Scarlet Spider.
That's dope. I gotta watch this video and read this fucking shit again. And then he goes visits Norman Osborn, who's old as fuck and is still salty.
Yeah, this is my favorite page.
The one right here, right?
This page is my favorite page because the art is just phenomenal.
And this is the clone of the real Peter Parker that's visiting, again, the Green Goblin. At this point, aged as fuck.
Well, spoiler alert,
Yeah.
it's the real Peter Parker. Because as we see in the following pages here, Peter shows up to Norman and he's like, hey, yo. And Norman's like, huh? And okay, let's read this one.
Okay.
So I'll be Norman. You be Peter.
Norman.
Peter Parker, esteemed head of Parker Industries. I'm afraid if you're here on Oscorp business, I know, Norman. Excuse me?
Drop the crazy old man shtick. Ever since you were released from prison, you pretended to be a great mind out to pasture. And then you went missing. But I kept tabs, Norman. How could I not? You told Otto who I was. I can't see shit. I'm so blind. You told Otto who I was. You told him about the cloning. And most importantly, you gave him access to your old equipment at Oscorp, where the results were baked in, predetermined by you. One final attempt to ruin my life by making me think I was the clone. But I did my own testing, Norman. I'm still the original Peter Parker.
Clever boy.
With this ugly old face.
It would have been something, eh? Undoing your life. But I bet there was a moment of doubt, wasn't there? Oh, I wish I could have seen it.
Oh, no doubt, Norman. Clarity. Thank you for that.
You smug. You put me in prison. You ruined my plans to escape. If I can't destroy you personally, I'll destroy your company. Maybe Sork needs some help with his takeover. Harry has Parker's stock, doesn't he? It won't take much for me to convince him to part with it. That boy's weakness has always been my strength.
Oh my God. You don't even know. Harry's dead. Otto killed him. So much death. I'm done, Norman. I hope you find some sort of peace.
No. He can't be. My Harry. My son. I never meant to. He proved me to it. He drove me to it. He's always in my head. Parker, you're why this happened. You're the reason my son is dead. You killed my boy, you...
It's over, Norman. And he stops the Norman sends out a spiky glider to kill Peter, and Peter's like, "Chill the fuck out, bitch." He catches it, and Norman yells,
"It'll never be over. It'll."
And he has a little heart attack, and I catch him, and he goes,
Hey, you.
And I'm looking at Norman in the eye, and Norman dies of a heart attack, and I say, "Oh, Norman." And he says, "You could have been so much more." At this point, Peter's in the plane leaving. Norman's dead as fuck. Peter's in the plane looking at the window saying, "Even after everything, you had a son who loved you. But what were you doing? Plotting revenge? Locked in battle with me?" Peter rents a car. He goes back to his family. Well, this is the clone of Peter, right?
Well, this is Peter.
Oh, it's actually Peter.
Yeah.
The real Peter. The real Peter Parker. He goes to his family that he traded with the clone. He sees his son. He sees his daughter. He hugs them and he starts crying. He sees Mary Jane, and they walk into their home. Then we get to the 2000s. Sad as fuck. All right. So now we're in the 2000s, right? And who the fuck is this guy? So we see a big battle, and Peter gets launched into a taxi cab, and we're talking.
Well, this is Ben Reilly.
This is Ben Reilly, the guy you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's fighting with Ben Reilly. This is 2006.
This Spider-Man is Ben Reilly.
Oh, okay.
The villain that he's fighting, his name is Morlun.
Morlun. Okay, so not Peter Parker, Ben Reilly, the clone of Peter Parker, is fighting with Morlun.
Mm-hmm.
Morlun. It's 2006. And let's read this. So Peter gets launched into a...
Good eats.
Peter gets launched to a delivery driver. Peter gets launched to a car. And Peter's like, eye socket, not real eye socket, the costume eye socket is broken. You can see his pupil. And he says, never seen someone so mad. He throws a taxi back at him about the lack of golf clubs in Manhattan.
"I thought you were the one, but you aren't, are you? You're an imposter, a copy. Did the real Spider know this was going to happen? Leave you to die?"
"Fuck you, Vlad." "I'm Spider-Man. You're just a too big creep. Like all the rest. Big man thinking they can..."
"Did he think he could trick me? I'm not some man in a costume, some simpleton robbing banks. I'm forever." And he just sucks the life out of him.
Yeah, man. And then we come back to Peter being back at his house. No longer are his kids young. They're older now. His wife has earphones in. She has short hair because she's...
No, this is his daughter.
Not his daughter, I'm sorry. His wife and his son are grown now. Mary Jane is older, and we see Spider-Man dead on the news. And they're all confused. They're like, what the fuck? Spider-Man is dead. And they're talking about what they should do. And basically Peter Parker's like, "I have to go back." Right?
Yeah.
They go back. And at this point, we realize and find out... Oh, no. He goes back to speak with Tony Stark. And the whole conversation is this. Basically that because everybody knows that the fake Peter Parker is dead, that the real Parker has to come back. And because he's a hero, Tony Stark is saying this. You either work with us or you get arrested under the... What's it called? The act of what?
The Superhuman Registration Act.
Yeah, like you either have to...
Because this is during the Civil War era.
So essentially, because they know Peter Parker is alive, the real one, and the fake one is dead, that you can't be in charge of a company because your superpowers may have infiltrated your decision making. And Peter Parker's like, "You dead ass?" And Tony Stark's like, "I'm dead ass." But he gives him a chance to work with him. He's like, "Hey, work with me and this and that." But Peter Parker's like, "No, I'm not gonna do that." And then we basically get this idea of Captain America's side teaming up with Spider-Man and Tony Stark's side teaming up with their side. And it's a big brawl. Essentially Civil War. Right? In some sense. We also find out that the children of the fake Peter Parker are superhuman.
Yep.
The daughter has powers. The son has powers too, or just the daughter?
They both have powers.
They both have powers? That's mad nice, bro. I'll take some fries. I got some fries. Oh my God. Mad girl.
Sure. Take some fries.
We see Iron Man fighting the team of Captain America, and it's a big old brawl. What's his name? Vlad?
Morlun.
And Morlun's like, "I'm gonna go find your real family." And so he finds the real family, but the children that have superpowers protect Mary Jane, and they fuck up Morlun. They're fucking up Morlun, but he's fighting back. And what happens? He really hurts the son. And then what is it that gets him to kill him?
So they find out that while he's sucking out the energy of someone,
That's when he's vulnerable.
that's when he's vulnerable.
And so the daughter of
Well, the son sends himself out as bait. So Morlun starts to suck the energy out of him, and then the daughter comes up, fucking whacks the shit out of him, and he lands on a stake.
and they shoved the stake right through him, and he dead. And then we continued the battle in New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
Between Captain America side and Iron Man side, and it's a whole brawl. And then we could read this part actually, right after when this page right here.
Okay.
We could read. Let's see. Between Tony Stark and everybody else.
Okay.
So what do you want to be?
I'll be Tony.
Okay. Go ahead. It says you're an idiot, both of you.
Wait, where does he say that?
Like after this page?
Oh, after that page?
Yeah.
You're an idiot, both of you. Kids with some schoolyard sense of right and wrong. You want some new layer of society where gods do what they want, policed only by who exactly? Other gods? You think you're above everyone. Well, the people are sick of it. They're sick of the endless destruction as you do whatever you like. You two are the best of us, so you can't imagine bystanders getting hurt or not taking responsibility for your actions. But their superhuman act isn't about the best of us. It's about the rest of us.
And cohesion.
Oh, wait, hold on. And cohesion.
Oh, my bad.
The world's getting more and more dangerous. We can't have individuals with powers just going off on their own as the world faces.
Shut up. I won't be at your beck and call just because of who I am, Tony. You just proved today that you can't be trusted. Why would any of us trust you?
Because I'm smarter than you. Because I saw what happened and I see what's coming. This is the U.S. Army and you're being drafted. So, it's up to you. Do what you want to be another number in the disciplinary barracks. Or do you want to be a captain?
There's only one way this ends. Oh, my bad.
There's only one way this ends. You know where to find me.
Cap, Amadeus is signaling. The jets and the helicarrier are headed our way. Cap says, all right, Hawkeye. Cap says, Cloak transferred the team back to base. On it. Spider-Man says, Cap, I'm sorry I ran. I wanted to protect. I have a wife and kids. Cap says, your kids? Forgive me, but do they have power? Spider-Man says yes. He says, Captain America responds, I won't respect you any less if you go to your family and forget about this war. But you have to realize one day soon, Tony will comfort them. And Spider-Man says, you should know there's an energy vampire chasing me. Cap responds, we'll deal with it together, son. Spider-Man says, yes, son. We're both old men, Cap. We need to do what old men should do and leave the world a better place before we go. And then we get to 2010s.
Last issue.
This is the last issue?
Last
Holy shit,
issue.
you got the notes for this one, right?
Hell yeah.
Pew, 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 pew.
All right. So these are my notes that I got for last issue.
Let's go.
The 10s.
The 10s.
Keeps having that dream, which is very reminiscent of like the Tobey Maguire films for me and stuff.
Seeing the person that would kill Uncle Ben run out the place, robbing the place, and he lets him be.
Yep. I got that. I got Claire is the hero. Benji's using the cane. I got, hey, Miles.
Morales.
I got, why you gotta stick up your ass, Miles? I also got Craven symbiote.
Yeah.
And I go, dang, dead Craven. I go, Miles is Otto. Otto is Miles. I got Mind Battle. And then I got the Sinister Six versus the 6 versions of Spider-Man. I have May Saves a Day, Love for the Win. I have Peter sacrifices himself for Otto / Miles.
Yeah.
The symbiote helps. Rip Peter in Long Live Spider-Man in the Name of Miles.
Yeah.
And Awesome End with Dream.
And this is a cool comic because this I remember from memory, but basically Peter Parker and Miles are going to space, right? And they're going to stop what exactly? Miles Morales. He's right here. Boom. And what are they stopping? They're stopping something created by who?
By Tony.
By Tony, right?
Yeah.
And what is so basically it's this huge ship in space. And what is this ship supposed to do?
I was genuinely a little confused on that myself.
Okay, cool. I thought I was the only one.
So, I mean, you know, they got like some spaceship out there that's going to do something, and Peter and Miles are basically just trying to shut it down.
Because it'll cause peril, possibly to them and Captain America's side of trying to use superheroes to disrupt all havoc in general and not use superheroes as weapons, rather to let them, roam freely to protect what they deem to protect, aka justice. And him and Miles Morales are going, and there's this age gap that's truly, clear. That, even with the jokes that like Peter Parker makes, all these like, what's it, Star Wars jokes and references, and he's like trying to explain them, and Miles Morales is like, yo, shut the fuck up, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And
well, it's just even from that immediately I was like, something's off,
right?
Like Miles would totally banter with Peter
because he's not being as witty as he normally would, because that's what like Spider-Man would do. And then what is like Venom here with the long hair? That's Kraven with
right?
The
symbiote.
So Kraven is basically coincided with the symbiote, and he's on the ship, and they're trying to fuck with Peter Parker. So Peter Parker basically takes on the symbiote, and he tells Miles to like go do your thing, right?
Yeah, and Kraven and Peter just fight for a bit, but then Miles comes in. He's like, "I've got this," and he starts fighting Kraven. And Kraven grabs Miles by the head, and he goes, "Simple child, you don't know what power yet. So here's a taste."
Yeah,
and he starts
ripping
his head,
mask off and everything. His helmet.
He says, "Let my other infect you. Let it become a part of you, and we can do great things together. You and I. Oh, you."
And so he realizes that Miles Morales is not Miles Morales,
and he says, "Oh, this is rich. Well played, old friend." And Peter just says, "Kraven, you're not anyone's friend," and uses a sonic blaster on the symbiote.
And just fucking kills his shit.
Well, he doesn't kill Kraven. He just sort of
kills the symbiote.
Kills the symbiote.
I just see a skull coming out. That's what I'm saying. Like, well, he kills the host of the symbiote.
Well, he just blasts away the symbiote with a sonic blaster, and it shows that there's just a skeleton in the symbiote.
That's what I mean.
So it shows that
dissolved.
The symbiote was like living the life as Kraven, even though Kraven was dead.
Been dead. He just been using his body.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we see this little oddness where it's like, who the fuck is Miles Morales at this point?
Yeah, because Peter says, "All my enemies are dead. Isn't that right, Otto?" And then there's just two panels of the two of them eyeing each other, and Otto just says, "Parker."
Yeah. And ultimately, Doc Ock, this sick fuck, wanted to use Miles Morales' body, right?
Yep.
And then we get to this panel. How did they get into his brain again?
He just kind of like
touches
his head together, and he's like, "With my mind." And Peter's like, What are you?
Yeah, I'll take a nugget, bro. Say less. Thank you. Appreciate it. Can I dip it in here? Thank you, bro. Damn, that's my kind of you, bro.
Eating on the podcast.
Man. Yeah, I'm hungry as fuck. And we get to this white space, reminiscent of Darkseid is. No, not Darkseid is. What was it?
Mr. Miracle?
Mr. Miracle, where it was all white. Remember? Was it?
When was that?
We read Sandman, no?
I think it might have been Sandman.
There was a page where it was all white. No, fuck. I would like to know this.
I think it was Sandman, and it's like him walking and stuff. I think it was Sandman.
Yes, it was. It was Sandman. Because he was fighting somebody, and the person he was fighting eventually got sent to this all white panel where he was to himself in blankness. And it was 100% Sandman. He was trying to basically beat him, the Sandman, if I'm not mistaken. And he got sent to this world of nothingness, basically limbo. And right now, we're in a sense of limbo when Peter Parker and Doc Ock are fighting one another because Doc Ock is in Miles Morales' mind. And Doc Ock is utilizing the powers of Green Goblin, Rhino. Was it Vulcan? What's his name?
Well, this is the Sinister Six, pretty much.
Sinister Six, right? Who is it?
So it's Venom,
the Vulture,
Doc Ock, Green Goblin, Shocker, Rhino, and Vulture.
Is that him?
Yeah, you're right. Electro.
Ooh, Lucas got you, bro. He said, "I know what the fuck is up."
But then I realized too,
This
like,
is a fucking badass page right here, bro.
when I was doing my notes for this
Wow.
issue, I realized that the 6 different Spider-Man that you see
Mm-hmm.
are from the 6 eras that we have just gone through.
Oh wow! So every decade is this Spider-Man's right here, right?
Yeah.
Because Doc Ock is using the mind, so Peter Parker's like, I will too.
Yeah.
It's crazy,
So I just thought that was a really great touch of just like really harkening
bro.
back.
This ain't crazy right here.
It's pretty beautiful.
This flash page right here is fucking crazy, man. Fucking Rhino is ridiculous looking though. He's, you know what I mean? He's got a suit on with them. And so they're fighting back and forth, and Doc Ock is making himself huge, like Giant Man that they mentioned earlier. And Peter Parker's like, you know what the fuck I'm gonna do? He brings up his ex. Aw, May. You know what I mean?
I thought you meant Peter's ex. I was like, what the fuck?
No, Doc Ock's ex, which is Aunt May. And we should read this because this is actually pretty heart touching. And you want to be Aunt May or Doc Ock?
I'll be Ame.
Okay. So Doc Ock is huge, and then Aunt May appears out of nowhere. And who are you gonna be? Aunt May?
Yeah.
And then Doc Ock says, May,
Otto, what have you done?
I just
You were always so angry at the future. I loved you, Otto, but you could never accept the world around you or our limitations.
it's not fair, May. It's not fair that you died. That I'll
No, Otto. What's unfair is taking a young man's life just so you can correct your mistakes. You've lived your life. I lived mine. You want to be the hero now? Let Miles go. Let your hatred for Peter go. It was never a competition for my love, Otto. There's no limit on love.
May, I'm so scared.
It'll be okay, Otto. Trust me.
At this point we get Doc Ock just fucking evaporates into smoke. And now it's Peter and May. And we'll read this too. You be May still. Fought that guy for decades, and a memory of you just beat him with the hug.
Oh, Peter, it's simple. Everybody wants something. It's almost never about horrid fisticuffs or world domination.
Heh, then what do I want, May?
Nothing ever really changes. You've managed to have a beautiful life with Mary Jane, sweet Benji, and Claire. It fills my heart knowing that. That's what you have, though. What you want. What you want is to save Ben. But you can't, so you save everyone else. You realized years ago that'll never change, so you embraced it. So go, Peter, my sweet boy. Save everyone.
And so he does. And so he gets Miles Morales out the little chamber that was, hosting Doc Ock's fucking mentality. And at this point, the station is blowing up, which was their intention to save the world. And there's an escape pod, but there's only room for one more. Therefore, Peter Parker gets the unconscious Miles Morales and he puts him in the escape pod. And at the end, Miles Morales says, Parker, what are you...
Well, this is still Doc Ock in his body.
It's still Doc Ock in the body?
Yeah, it's still Doc Ock in his
So,
body.
but Doc Ock in the body, he puts Miles Morales in the escape pod, and Doc Ock says, in Miles Morales' body, he says, Parker, what are you doing? And Peter Parker says,
Someone's got to stick around. Make sure this works, Otto. Go back. Be a hero. Give Miles his life back. Promise me. Promise May.
no, wait, let me help. We can save everyone.
Sorry, Doc. Can't let you sacrifice a life that's not your own.
It's crazy. Then we get to this epic fucking shot of Miles Morales, aka Doc Ock, just floating away. I know you don't see it, but he is. And basically, Peter Parker's doing what he did in the second movie with the train, and just holding everything together to make sure it explodes. And the web he uses in the shape of a spider. And then we get these final lines.
Well, it's not even that the web goes into a shape of a spider. This is the symbiote.
The symbiote is the holding on to everything?
This is the symbiote.
It's holding on to the spaceship?
It closes off that massive hole in the ship.
That's crazy.
Because like you see the blackness pulling up around Peter here and stuff, and then it goes over to this panel. So it's a symbiote because that's like the same symbol that the symbiote uses for Spider-Man.
Why does it close it in? Close him in?
To save him, I guess. One last hurrah.
No way.
That's what I think is going on. Just
No, you're probably right. To me, I saw it as just like epic ending for Spider-Man. But you know what? We could read it if you want. You be Spider-Man. I'll be the machine.
the machine.
The machine.
Wait, which machine?
Right here. It says 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Station's falling apart faster than I can patch it. Going to split in half unless I can.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Out of webbing. Just need to hold on until... No.
40 seconds.
I'm sorry. Aunt May, I'm sorry. I wish I could have been stronger. Could have. Mary Jane, I think I did it.
And there's this close-up of Spider-Man's face. And the end is nigh. Then we get to this flashback, or this white space of mindset, where Mary Jane and Peter Parker are laying in bed.
Young versions of themselves.
Young versions. And then it says, Doomsday Pulse activated.
Mary Jane just said, Peter says to Mary Jane, I think everything's going to be all right. And Mary Jane says, of course it is. It's what you do.
That's right.
And then the fucking, pretty much, what do we call it? There's this funny moment when MJ says, but how can you even believe me, Tiger? I'm just your brain cooking up an MJ clone. And Peter says, shh, we don't use the C word anymore. Besides, after decades together, I know you better than I know myself. I know everything you're about to say, how you're feeling, your worries, your dreams.
This is all while he's about to die.
You're my heart, Mary Jane Watson.
Then
you're my jackpot.
And then the whole thing blows up.
Kablooey.
And this motherfucker dies.
And we end up with Miles. He goes to see Otto, who's all fucking old and decrepit.
Yeah, he looks like Norman Osborn, but just way worse. Just for him. Yeah.
And then Miles goes to see Mary Jane, and Mary Jane presents to him the gift of the Spider-Man suit.
Yeah.
And she tells him, I mean, you already have the name, and might as well just take the suit.
And Miles Morales says, MJ, I know dreams are boring.
No, that's Peter.
That's Peter. He
Yeah.
says, what, is Peter?
Yeah, that's Peter. The caption right there.
Oh, MJ, I know dreams are boring, but I keep having this one. It's the day Uncle Ben died. And the day I let his killer get away. It's so real, MJ. And like I'm there again. And yes, I know what you're going to say. But this isn't me beating myself up again, like always. It's different this time. It's a good dream. And he's just shooting a web. And that's the fucking end. And then we got Miles Morales as fucking Spider-Man. And the movie was amazing. And then we get some covers. I mean, fucking this story was so good, man. And to read it is such a fun thing to read. It's 200 pages straight.
Yeah.
But it's so fucking good. I remember I read this in under like an hour and a half.
Nice.
I think so. I was at work, so I had like a little bit of distractions. So when everybody came in, I was like, yeah, just leave. Get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm trying to finish this show. And we get to some... first of all, it was a great read. Not to undermine like the story in itself. It's fucking amazing. And it's emotional and it's real. And with the... Now that I know the fucking backstory of a lot of the things in there, it makes a lot of sense, everything. Mm-hmm. But again, you're right. It is a very... The book does a very great job of introducing a lot of characters that I would have never known about in my life. And I'm definitely going to reread this because it helps put everything together. Yeah. You know, with that back knowledge is a glue to the whole storyline. I think it's super crucial.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say like this comic isn't very friendly to new readers.
Yeah,
because you definitely need to sort of have a lot of background information about Spider-Man. But that doesn't mean that you can't read it if you've never read a Spider-Man comic before.
You can definitely enjoy
still
it.
read this and still enjoy it just as much.
Yeah, and you got Google at your hand, so don't complain.
Yeah.
And now we get some different covers of Spider-Man, you know.
I love this cover.
Yeah. It's basically Peter Parker. It's book one, The War at Home, which is the 60s, right? Mm-hmm. And everything is in black. Well, his person is in black and white. All you see is the back of him kind of sitting Indian style looking at the TV. The TV shows Captain America fighting in the war. But through the back of his, you know, pants and shirt is like a Spider-Man mask in full color seeping out. And it's just the title of his book one, The War at Home. And this is when Peter has newly found his powers. He's only like 4 years into it. And it's a great cover. And I'm surprised they didn't go with this one because this one is pretty strong too.
Well, this is just a variant. So like when it came out, you have the option of like, well, no. So like when comics come out, there's the main cover and then there's a variant cover.
There's other ones that would have considered and stuff like that.
Not even considered, but it's just
made in post.
Not even made in post. It's just made alongside the main cover. So when the first issue came out, you could have bought the main cover. Which
you could have bought it with this as well.
Or you could have bought this cover. That's how comics work.
Got you. But the next one, I mean, the following ones are still crazy. I know this one we got to put like in terms of the video because this one with the old man Spider-Man walking with the walker and the young baby Spider-Man hanging upside down.
Scotty Young.
You know, that reminds me of the Thor comic book that you lent me, where it was a baby Thor getting chased or something like that. It was the cutest thing in the fucking world.
It's probably the same artist.
Probably, man.
Because this is what he's known for doing like baby drawings of the Marvel Universe.
It was a baby Thor, and I was working at a dog cafe, and Beatrice came, and I was like, you gotta look at this. You gotta look at this. So I pulled out a Thor comic. I'm gonna look at this shit, and I'm like, take a picture if you can hold this. And it was baby Thor, just fucking being mad adorable and shit. But the 70s one is fire too, man. Jeez, I would like to buy this one, man. Both of these, but the 70s one is awesome.
The 70s one is cool.
Super cool.
With like the webs being like the sort of rainbow spectrum.
And I know if you audio listeners, you can't understand what we're saying, but like, just ask us. We'll fucking send you a picture of these shits. Because the 80s one, the 90s one look great. And I mean, they all look really good. But there's Chip Zdarsky writes about his, method of finding out the covers. You want to read it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Chip Zdarsky writes about how his process for creating the covers is. He says, like the fools they are, Marvel let me illustrate the covers for the series. I've long thought that we could bring in comic cover design ideas from book designs and movie posters. So this was me putting my little money where my mouth is. And it shows the first cover that he first came up with, and he says, at first I attempted to use the classic comics as design elements, tweaking things so we could get the idea of a more realistic series based on the original stories. The problem with this one is that it looks too much like a retrospective on those stories. And so then this is when we get more to like the original cover that we get. And he says, my next attempt was to keep the classic imagery lighter and just focus on a proper Spidey image, which could have worked, but I found it hard to imagine what the cover of issue 2 would be if we were to maintain the theme. But this came in handy later when trying to decide what to do for this collection, which needed an image not rooted in a particular decade. And then we finally reach the final cover that he ends up with. Yeah. And he says, this is where we ended up. By keeping it monochromatic, we could just change the base color for every issue. A lot of comic covers are literal, so being interpretive with the imagery from issue to issue is a fun challenge. Trying to sum up the decade in a single illustration. It's
so cool, man. It's Spider-Man hanging from a web, from helicopters. 5 helicopters look the same, but the only thing colored is the web. And it just looks so dope, man.
Yeah, it's like Navy helicopters and stuff. But then it shows the following covers, like the drafts ones to that.
Oh, yeah, the drafts, you're right.
And he says, everything ended up pretty close to these roughs, except for issue 6. Featuring the Miles costume on the cover felt like I was giving too much away. Our editor, Tom Brevoort, suggested the blue for issue 5's cover, which was a smart way to go, even though it broke my single color rule.
Damn him. And he's just jokes, man. And the last thing it says is, I asked to handle the credits page as well to keep the design feeling cohesive. My first pass used an old, unpublished Spidey illustration. I did, but it didn't really work. With the bumpy ink line and flat color I was using on the cover, so no cohesion, which was my goal. So I just mimicked the cover color and kept it as abstract, rough web lines. Simple, but effective, I think. And honestly, man, this Chip Zdarsky guy is an interesting motherfucker. And then the back is just the back, right? Like this is the back of the book is the description of the book.
Yeah.
But I'll read it. I'll read it just in case if you got to the end of the episode, you're still not fucking convinced that this shit is fire. We'll say this, man. In 1962's Amazing Fantasy number 15, 15-year-old Peter Parker was bitten by didn't we read this in the beginning?
Nah.
No, 15-year-old Peter Parker was bitten by a radioactive spider and became the Amazing Spider-Man. 57 years have passed in the real world since that event. So what would have happened if the same amount of time passed for Peter? To celebrate Marvel's 80th anniversary, Chip Zdarsky and Spider-Man legend Mark Bagley unite to spin a unique Spidey tale, telling an entire history of Spider-Man from beginning to end, set against the key events of the decades through which he lived, from the Vietnam War to Secret Wars and Civil War, all the way through to what just might be a 72-year-old Spider-Man's final mission. Prepare to watch Peter Parker's age, though 57 years old, of groundbreaking history, and find out what happens to him and those he loves the most. And that's well said. That's well fucking said. And yeah, man, this was a really fun comic book, man, and one of my favorites. And it's really good. I just see Tom Holland in the background. Just fucking. But no, this was a great read, and definitely up there, like definitely top 5 for me in terms of like. I know these are like one of the easy ones to like kind of go with because like they're like an all telling story. And when I went to Amazon to like look at this book, I also saw that this one, All-Star Superman and Batman Year One were all grouped. as like common purchases bought together. So
Interesting.
so I never read Batman Year One, but I wonder if it's any similar to this in All Star Superman, like origin wise, or is it like
I
more
mean,
like
it's more origin based than anything. Was that also Frank Miller?
I'm not sure.
Batman
I can look
Year
it up.
One?
Batman Year One, look it up. I don't think so though, because I think I might have remembered that, but I might be wrong.
I don't think it was. Now that I'm thinking about it, but
It was no, it was Frank Miller and David Mazzucchelli with Richmond Lewis. This is the cover.
yeah,
Yeah. So what is this about? Like synopsis.
I mean, it's just year one of Batman.
Nice.
It's like it's literally what it is. Like,
All right.
just the first year of him being Batman. So sort of like his
Gotcha.
origin story and things like that, how it goes for him that first year and stuff like that. But
As opposed to the movie that just came out with Robert Pattinson, that was year 2.
that was year 2.
Bro, I love that movie so much, bro. I'm about to watch that movie tonight. What's up, Link? You huffing and puffing and shit? No, I'm kidding, bro.
Boom, boom, boom.
No, but that was a fucking great comic book, man.
Yeah, I'm so upset that I can't find my issues to that.
Yo,
fucking
bro, me
comic.
too, bro. What the fuck? I was looking for that shit all over the place, and like you know, one thing is for the show, but bro, I just want that to have it. You know what I mean?
Like, I'm trying to think of like where I could have left those issues, or I'm
Bro.
like, did I let someone borrow them or something, and I just can't remember who I lent them to.
I don't know, bro.
But I can't find my issues. But there
What's
is
up?
an annual issue for this comic that
Yeah?
came out last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I think what I'm gonna try to do is buy the covers individually for this one and like put them in a fucking poster or some shit like that.
Okay.
That'd be dope as fuck. A little expensive, but I'll do it. You know what I mean? Like it's right here. But I'll do it because I want those variant covers. Can I find those variant covers online?
Yeah, on eBay for sure.
All right, I'm gonna find those variant covers. I'm gonna buy the 70s one. I'm gonna buy all of them probably because I got to. Because this is one of my favorite comic books that I read. Not more so for the message. That's why I would like Mr. Miracle because it's really like in depth, like real, like driven storyline with some like emphasis on the mental game. But this one is just a fun fucking read. Like overall, it has some real ethic conversations and everything as well. But it's just a very fun read. And I would love to share this with a bunch of other people. This comic book.
Yeah, it definitely, this comic was kind of a surprise for a lot of people when it came out of like, holy shit, this is actually really good.
Yeah.
And it has instantly become like a pretty well-known Spider-Man story in the community.
Nice.
Like people are like, yo, have you read Life Story? And if you say no, then you're a fool.
You bitch.
So Spider-Man Life Story, shout out to that fucking comic.
Hell yeah.
Great fucking read.
Mark Bagley.
And Chip Zdarsky.
Let's go. I finally fucking got that shit right. Let's go.
And shout out to our first repeat creator.
Yeah, man. Honestly speaking, hope I meet you one day, motherfucker.
Did I ever tell you that when I met him to get my Sex Criminals comic signed, he drew hearts, but also made them look like testicles? So they were hearts, but had little lines on them,
That's
so they looked like
hilarious.
testicles.
And he does drawing and fucking writing, which is so
Yeah.
incredible, bro. What a fucking time. You do the same shit?
I mean, I won't lie. He's kind of a reason for that. Like
That's so
when I
dope.
met him, when I asked him like for his advice and stuff like that, he was like, honestly, it wouldn't kill you to learn how to draw. Like
Yeah.
it's a great way to get in and stuff like that.
Just another talent to have.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing now.
Let's fucking go. Well, honestly speaking, man, I can't wait to read more of his shit, and I gotta finish Sex Criminals because that's a good motherfucking comic book right there.
No, but then I will also say before we end it that there's this issue of this comic called Crossover.
Okay.
And Crossover is this comic by a writer called Donnie Cates and drawn by Jeff Shaw.
Okay.
And the comic is this idea of that what if a crossover comic event happened in real life? Like what if like
IRL?
yeah, like what if like Civil War from the comics or Secret Wars from the comics just plopped in out of nowhere.
I think you definitely mentioned this before.
I have mentioned it to you before. It just plops in out of nowhere, and
I'd be
that's
like, oh
it.
shit.
Superheroes are in our world
say
having some massive battle.
Say goodbye to your fucking technology TV, your laptop. That shit's all broken, bro.
So there's an issue that was written by Chip Zdarsky because there's a comic book character out in the world who's going out and killing comic book creators.
Oh, no way.
And so Chip Zdarsky, special guest starred, wrote an issue where he actually writes himself
To die?
Not even to die, but he's just kind of like, I'm so scared of what's going to happen to me because like, I love these characters. I love Peter. He names the characters from Sex Criminals.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want them to be miserable. And he says like, But that's all we do. That's all we do as writers. We make these characters miserable.
Damn.
And the last thing I want is for them to come back and exact their vengeance on me.
That reminds me of Black Mirror in some sense. That the episode where the guy, he basically has all the characters from Star Trek. We can't call him Star Trek, but you know what they call him, Black Mirror, into the system that he builds, his VR system almost. And then basically what he does is that he makes himself Captain Kirk. You watch the episode?
I know the episode. I haven't seen it though.
And he basically like he does it in order for him to get like sexual pleasure from the female characters on the ship. And they're like, but we're real characters too, so you're kind of making us like, you know, they're AI. So he's making them sexually satisfy him, but they're real people, I guess, because they have some sort of sentience now. And it gets all fucking weird. It gets so strange. So it's not really the same, but in some sense, you know, like you kind of, when you're saying like, oh, I'm drawing all these characters into like miserable like life in order for entertainment, like what point does that kind of fucking, you know, like it's not AI sense, you know, but if they were to come to life, like do they have a justified vendetta?
Yeah.
You know, strange, bro. Strange. It's so fucking
Chip
weird.
Zdarsky is a really interesting character. He's a really good writer.
That's awesome. If I ever go to Comic-Con, I'll meet him. For
Nice.
sure. Get my shit signed by him. But yeah, man.
But that was the AMC section, guys.
What a fucking good one. That was a good episode, I think. So that was fucking crazy,
Hell yeah.
crazy ups and downs, man, from the Detention camps to Mickey Mouse to LSD and CIA and Spider-Man and oh man, Doc Ock clapping cheeks. It all went everywhere. But it's episode 38.
38.
Crazy, bro. Crazy. We're almost at 50.
We're almost at 50.
What the fuck?
And we are almost at our 1 year anniversary.
Oh,
Yeah.
when is the 1 year anniversary?
Officially, the first episode came out in January.
Oh shit! I thought it was in November. I was like, oh shit.
We started recording the backup episodes in November.
No
our
way.
test episodes in November.
Maybe
So-
we'll give a little snippet out of the first one.
Maybe.
Big maybe. Big maybe. Well, the first one was not Gary Richards. I tried. It was Jay-Z, Reasonable Doubt.
Yeah.
The second thing was did we do a movie? Star Wars.
Yeah.
And the comic was Department of Truth.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit. So yeah. Maybe we'll check back up on Reasonable Doubt. Shout out to Jay-Z.
No, we definitely will.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like to the first episode to see how we did it.
Oh.
Big maybe on maybe we'll give a little snippet on the supplementary. You know? What we did today, Javi?
Well, Frankie, we talked about what's going on in the earth,
What's happening in our minds?
and this is why it matters.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter. Check out our socials.
Check out our socials.
Earth, Mind, Matter Pod, TikTok and Instagram, YouTube, Earth, Mind, Matter, and Truth Social, Earth, Mind, Matter Pod. It's up.
Yeah, it's up.
I got to upload some shit to it, but the first thing that will be uploaded to the Truth Social will be the Biden speech commentary.
Okay.
That has to be it, because you know motherfuckers love Biden on Truth Social. And yeah, man.
Oh!